Hopefully. I tried some stuff. Hi, Eggs with Feelings. I tried some settings adjustments. Hopefully YouTube gets the alert. For what is worth, the audio sync is on point. That's great. I also did edit something. Let me go back to the old stream. If the chat is still up for some reason somehow. No. I'll just put it in the comments anyway. New link. Gotta go back to the... We're back one. We're back one. Fuck. What a day. Unbelievable. Third time's the charm, hopefully. So I did two things. Chat. I actually didn't restart the PC. Since I already restarted the PC literally right before that stream. So what I did was I knocked down the bitrate to 6,000. It was at 6,500. Usually you can like push it up a little bit to like ensure the best quality possible. But it could prove unstable. So I've always been, I mean, when I first started streaming, I had it around like 8,000 bit rate. I've had it at 6,500 for a while now. And then what recommended technically for 1080p is 6,000 bit rate. So now I just drop it to 6,000. There's also another setting in the streaming like settings. It's called look ahead. And I saw that was check marked as like active. So I quickly Googled like Reddit, and like some people mentioned that it's not great for gaming. Like it's usually used for like low motion content like we're doing right now. And it's pretty GPU intensive, I think. So especially having a game running, maybe that was getting in the way. So it seemed like the cons were bigger than the positives, even though I've seen other like set up your OBS and it'll say have look ahead turned on, but I'm just giving it a shot with it turned off because reading the details of it, it sounds like it doesn't really benefit, especially when playing games. So hopefully this is more stable. For the love of God. You are still back, right? Because I still didn't get an error that entire time. I want to make sure you guys are actually back. I know there's a couple people that said it in chat, but it's been quiet for a minute. So now I'm like, is it back or did it die again? I don't know. Stream can't break us up, hopefully. My God. Back on YouTube, perfect. All right, so we're up. So with that in mind, let me go back to, let's just get through everything that I have planned content-wise, and then we'll get to games. I keep pushing my luck by actually playing video games. God forbid I play video games on a Twitch stream or YouTube gaming stream. God forbid, chat. Holy shit. We're back. So let me bring my browser back up. So we were going through this, right? We stopped, Max inspired me to jump back into the game and check out this concert in full, which we just did. The only like discouraging thing technically from a streaming perspective is like, I'm very happy that you're all here. Which is like, it really gets hard for people, right? To sort of like the stream keeps dying. And so they get, you know, they're not sure is it back, especially on YouTube, because you have to create an entirely new link every single time versus on Twitch. At least it like basically comes back. As long as you're on the channel, it'll come back up. You can refresh, you get an alert on your phone. YouTube doesn't work that way. So, you know, at the end of the day, like number of viewers is like whatever. You shouldn't like base everything on that. We have 35 people here watching now. We had nearly like 100 around the time of the first crash. And I get it, right? Like if I were watching somebody and their stream kept crashing over and over and over and over again, I might not come back. I may not know how to come back. Especially if you're on YouTube, you may not know the link, you know, and then you go to the page and it's confusing and the new stream isn't back up yet. So forget it. So it's a little discouraging, but whatever. We march on, chat. We march on, even though, here we go. So 2026. It's a big year for gaming. I've never seen that concept before. Like literally so hidden. I have much more confidence in Part 3, having other hidden content outside of dialogue than I did before. Yeah, I think that's one of the things too with that concert was that I didn't almost expect it to be there because they hand you so much of the content, like everything is really given to you. You know, there's like a checklist for everything. And so I just don't expect changes like that in the world when I'm running around. And hopefully, so Rebirth does not set an expectation that, hey, things will be updated and different as you're playing. There's just some of that, like some NPC dialogue updates and stuff like that, but there's not a huge amount of hidden content generally in the game. So you're not constantly on the lookout for it. So hopefully Part 3 has more hidden content that actually gets us actively looking for things, you know, as we're playing and going back to areas. Is there a hidden thing here? Hidden thing there. Anyway, 2026, huge year for games. Huge for us because it marks the 1 year out mark. We don't have a date yet. We don't have a window yet. We don't have technically a year, an official announcement of the year. But I think we're all looking forward to 2027 being the year of FF7 Remake Part 3. It's the 30th anniversary of FF7. Makes all the sense in the world. But there's a whole lot to look forward to this year as well. So you can see it here. We have Resident Evil 9, aka Resident Evil Requiem. We have GTA 6. We have Phantom Blade 0. We have Control, the Resident, basically Control 2. Control is one of the coolest games I ever played that I didn't finish. So I really need to go back and finish that. But there's a whole lot this year, right? So I just want to talk a little bit about 2026. Neo 3. Yeah, I've never played a Neo game, so I don't think it's on my radar for this year. But yeah, if you're into Neo, apparently there's a new Neo. So looking at some notable dates. Ah, shit. Oh no, I deleted one of the slides by mistake. Notable dates. First one, Cairn. So I just want to look at some games that are coming out, especially in the first few months. Cairn was on my radar a while back. It showed up at like a couple of like gaming shows, and it looked kind of cool. It's like this like mountain climbing game. You can see the trailer here. Get this music. So it's sort of like mountain climbing game. Indie. Look very cool. And the vibe of it was always like interesting. I remember always saying, like, I saw like a trailer or two. It was a State of Play 2025. And something about it just like sort of like intrigued me. Even though like seeing reactions to a lot of streams of like shows, not a lot of people seem to like have much of a reaction to this, weirdly. But it always caught my attention. And what's actually really interesting about it is that there's a demo available right now on PC and PlayStation, which are the two platforms that it'll be on at launch. And so I checked out the demo, chat. I checked out the demo. I played it last night. Here's like a quick selection of like scenes from the demo, from when I played it last night. Give you a sense of it. The music at the start, the vibe of it, very cool. I really like the artwork. The feel of it's great. The music kicks in a second with like a little bit more coming in. Comes out January 28th, 29th. So I checked out this demo. It'll move on in a second. One thing I noticed is like manual limb selection. So if you go over it, you can at one point, you can actually make it choose like which limb to sort of like move next, because it automatically does it otherwise. But the game warns you against doing that. I kind of want to try it again with the limb selection. But it recommended not to do that. So I was like, all right, I already don't know how to play this game, so let me do it without that. So as other difficulty options, explore, more story-driven experience, which I wasn't expecting. I really didn't expect story. Are we still live, by the way? Because I don't see anybody in chat, but I'm assuming you're all still watching. But like it has like a rewind feature on the Alpinist, which is a regular. You know, you'd climb the regular way, and then they have a free solo mode. If you guys ever seen the documentary Free Solo, very cool. It starts out with this cutscene. Like I said, I wasn't really expecting much story in this game.
Look, I've not really got a whole lot of time to chat right now.
But it seems like she's going to be the first person on record to sort of like climb this thing, right?
And I gotta tell you, we're all fired up. Rooting for you to become the first human to set foot on the summit of Kami.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So you jump ahead, right? And you control each limb one at a time as you're climbing. And as you can see, I have no idea where the hell I'm putting my feet. You'll see my feet like stretch out like crazy as I'm trying to do this. You control it with like the left stick. And it's, look at my leg here. Look at my leg extension here. I'm like, it's like, oh wait, the ledge is there. Okay. So it's very clunky my very first time up. And then I reach the top. And then I jump back down. And then I fast forward through a bunch of this until eventually you reach a point where you could put a piton, I think it's called, into the wall. It just teaches you that ability. So you have a limited number of these. You have like 5 or 6. I kept thinking I only had one. So I played this entire demo using one piton that lets you sort of like rest and gives you some level of safety. You'll see here, you climb like a real wall with like there's no yellow paint. There's nothing like telling you where you need to sort of like put your hands. You just have to read these like ledges and notches. You can see her arms sort of like wiggling. Shit, I failed. I dropped, right? And then sort of the frustration that she has it's a nice like character moment, you know, like the character almost like felt like vocalized the way that it did. I finally reached out of the tutorial area. You can sort of see the environment. It's very nice. That's the tutorial area. You climb up a regular rock face. Like I said, once you're on the real rocks, there are no yellow paint, none of that stuff. Then you have like a camping setup you could do after you save, where you can cook, you can like heat up the water. I don't know if you need to heat up the water. I don't think you do. But if you have like unclean water, I assume you do. The way the backpack sort of like stores things, just even the layout of this, like the way that this pill bottle is sort of like leaned over, same thing with the noodles. There's like real kind of like realistic physics within the backpack. That's pretty cool. You can go to like do things like tape up your fingers, like if the tape breaks, which it finally did for me at the very end of the demo. but I was already up the wall, so I didn't need to sort of like deal with it then. But you can see it's like very immersive in terms of like, I'm sure your fingers will be all injured and bruised up. Hey, what's up, Prof Noctis? So we're looking at this game called Cairn, which comes out January 28th, 29th. Here's like a bit of a story moment where, again, she gets another phone call, and she sort of ignores it.
Take care of it later.
And I assume that's going to come back in the story in some way. Weirdly enough, she's being called by people who are like supporting her. Oh, and then there's like route planning. So here, finally, it teaches you how to like, you could pull out, and like I said, no yellow paint, no sort of like obvious ledges. Well, there are like, you know, obviously like some ledges here, but it's not, they're not pointed out very specifically. It's not like the tutorial where you saw like the ledge. It's like, okay, I got to put my foot there. It's just a rock wall. And so you have to like plan which way you're going to go up a rock. And it's completely up to you where you start and where you go. Like you can climb into this little like nedge, like little like thing over here. There's like a resource you can grab. I saw people do that. I didn't do that, but I checked out some previews afterward and saw stuff like that. It's very cool. Let me tell you, chat, I got hooked. Here you can see like I'm kind of in a weird spot. I'm like, shit, my arm is shaking. There's no obvious route to the right. Maybe I can grab the vines. I didn't try. But I was like, shit, I can't really go this way. So maybe if I can go left. I had to reorient myself like on the fly. Like pretend to be, I'm 25 again. Yeah. So I just slowly made my way over. You got hooked about your pizza on when you fell. If you have your pizza on set, yeah. So here I'm very unstable because I'm like grabbing inside of the ledge. Sometimes it's a little finicky with like grabbing in the ledge and not grabbing the ledge. Anyway, like I did eventually get stable again and get to where I needed to be. So you can, as you're making your way up a wall, sort of like find a way to where you need to get to. And the breathing, all the sound effects, everything's very, very immersive. Anyway, I made it up that sort of like little climb, and then just looking at the environment's very cool. Again, I had another, this is probably the cleanest ascent. I sped it up for the purposes of like showing you guys. You can see how clean I make it up this little section of the mountain. This is probably my cleanest ascent. I got up to basically a ledge where I could stand, and then I'm up. And at this point, I got some like decent height. Right, that's the training center where we started. Oh, I was play on words. I got hooked. So I was so into this, like it was very scenic, but I just got back into it. The game let me know about the light, because at a certain point, I'm like climbing in the dark. I was like, shit, I can't see anything. And then finally the game is like, hey, you have a light. And so I finally activated that. It's very cool looking at night. Look at this. And then at one point I stopped to like regain my stamina. I noticed the sky. I was like, holy shit. It looks so good. So I'm climbing up and I'm like in a bad place. I'm like, oh no, I have nowhere to go. I have nowhere to go. Ah. Snake is not in the game, but I added that because it was fun. So here I am, almost at the end. I'm like one hand reach away. Ah! Okay, I didn't die at least. Like I said, there is a free solo difficulty. You can climb without ropes, which is the hardest difficulty. I can't even imagine doing it. I only ever used one piece on. I thought I only had one, but look at this view when you get to the top here. Yeah, I added the Metal Gear sounds. What's just the vibe of this chat? It was, and the actual gameplay was so good. I start talking in a second.
Are you ready for Cammy?
I have watched Free Solo Final Fantasy Files. I have. It's amazing. I saw it in theater.
Doesn't look so bad, does it?
Because I wanted to see it in the biggest scale that I could. Hold on. I grab my mic, I plug it in. Because it was unplugged at this point. You sort of playing in improv? This is the whole route that I did. It shows you a recap. It shows like the reds or like where you almost fail. Oh my god, I had to hook up my mic just to talk for a second. That was so sick. I love last night's SubTXT thing. Very fucking loud. That was so sick. Holy shit. Dude. That was so sick. That was amazing. That was amazing. You can probably hear the fucking audio in the background. Hold on. Shit, that was so sick. Oh my god, that was so that was actually so much more amazing than I expected. Like, I was expecting this to be sort of a chill kind of game. Man, that was cool. Man, that was fucking cool. That hour sort of flew by. I really thought I was gonna play like a little mountain here or there, do a tutorial, and then stop, but I just went all the way to the end. That shit was so cool. 56 minutes, 1 death, 5 falls. Those are the stats right there. Oh man, dude, that was sick. I had a lot of fun with that. Holy shit. How much is this on Steam? Like, so I went to the Steam page and I couldn't find any pricing data. I looked it up, I Googled it. I think it's gonna be about $30. It's on PC and PlayStation. There's a demo on both PC and PlayStation. So I highly suggest checking out. It was very freaking cool. Just the tension of like climbing. I loved it. I loved it so much. Parasite Mutant. I haven't checked that out. So yeah, so I had a lot of fun with this game. So that one I'm looking forward to, January 29th. That one was sort of on my radar. It was like an interesting indie. Now it really caught my attention. I really had a lot of fun. My only thing is I hope there are enough peaks to climb. Like, I hope it's not super short. Are you a fan of the Fable games? Yeah, there's some news coming with the Xbox showcase. I'll talk about it a little bit later, but yeah. Another game coming out fairly soon, Reanimal, February 13th. So this is from the original devs of Little Nightmares 1 and 2. I know Little Nightmares 3 was pretty disappointing for people. I have never played a Little Nightmares. I own it, but I've yet to play it. But so this one's out. There's also a demo of this, and I actually played it last night as well. So I checked this out. I haven't played Little Nightmares. From what I know of Little Nightmares, it feels like it's usually like side-scrolling. This is a much shorter video. I don't have like as much to say, just to give you a vibe of it. But it's like a little more of a side-scroller from what I've seen. In this, almost every scenario was three-dimensional. So you were moving forward sort of in a three-dimensional plane. You start out in this like boat. You follow these guides. You eventually pull this other character out of the water. They become like your sort of like co-op buddy, either that you can control or a friend can control, because you can play co-op, obviously. And you sort of like make your way through this. It's very Little Nightmares style. Like I said, I haven't played Little Nightmares. I've watched a little bit of Little Nightmares. I know they're like big people hunting these little things, these like kids. And that is very much what happens in this game as well. The audio design is really good. Hey, Father, what's going on? The audio design is really great. The graphics are incredible. The style of it is just amazing. Like I said, I haven't played Little Nightmares. This is my first sort of like Little Nightmares type of experience. This is the first NPC you stumble on. Setup seems to be that the setup seems to be that you were sort of like escaping this place, but you eventually come back for some unknown reason. And you really sort of like trying to unpack it. There's a lot of like environmental storytelling going on. You could do things where you can have a puzzle where you control the other character, or you have the other character do something like pause this turning wheel so you can run across, and then you come around and you set that down for them. It actually reminded me a little bit of Eco in a way, in that sense. I know this is like Little Nightmares is usually had. I think Little Nightmares 2 had a second character in it. I can't remember if Little Nightmares 1 did. Like I said, I haven't played them. This is my first Little Nightmares type of experience. You're just walking around, you see this big thing sort of ahead of you. Weird stuff happens, like you start plunging this toilet and pull out this body that has a key. So then use that key on a door later on. And then at one point while I was escaping, after grabbing something that I needed, things started chasing me. Eventually use that wheel on this sort of like thing. Rode out. This is giving you a vibe for this. Ah, shit. I didn't realize it would skip ahead like that. So yeah, very, very fun. I actually had a good time with this. And then, of course, the signature getting hunted sort of segment. You'll see me make a stupid mistake in a second, because I was convinced he was gonna look under here and find me, so I'm like, maybe I can sneak through as he's distracted. I did not sneak through. So there's more. I don't want to spoil the demo. There is a demo. I don't know if it's on PlayStation also, but it is on PC. It might also be on PlayStation, Xbox, I don't know. So you could check it out. Really good time with that. Obviously Resident Evil Requiem, February 27th. Not much to say about this. We've all seen it. A lot of people looking for it. I'm torn on whether I play it or watch a playthrough. Like Max says, usually how I consume Resident Evil. I have yet to play the Resident Evil games. I did buy them over Black Friday though. I own every single one. So I may hold off in order to sort of experience it myself. On March 12th, this game called Replaced comes out. This game also looks really cool. There's no demo for it right now. But you can get the vibe of it. It has like a lot of like pixel art. This has been sort of like delayed for a while because it's from a studio that was like heavily impacted by like the war in Ukraine. So they had to like relocate and everything. But the vibe and the style of this game always look really cool to me. You can see like later in the game some combat. The only question mark I have is the combat, like how it works. There's a little bit of stealth here. There's obviously like going to be storytelling and like cool story stuff. That's pretty loud. But you can see like the pixel sort of vibe on this thing here, right? Very pixel art. The art style is very cool. And then you can see later there's like some combat later on, which doesn't feel like, I can't tell like how really in control you are. It almost looks slightly automated, but looks very cool. So I'm curious about it. I'm definitely curious about it. It looks pretty cool. So that's March 12th. So Replace looks cool. Fatal Frame 2 Crimson Butterfly remake, April 30th. So Fatal Frame is back with a remake, which, and I played the Fatal Frame games, never all the way through, but I played a little bit of it back in the day. So kind of curious about that one. Monster Hunter Stories Twisted Reflection. I have never played any of these Monster Hunter games, even the traditional Monster Hunter game, nor this, but I figured you guys might be sort of into it. And I did see a demo of like combat and like world traversal and stuff at New York Comic Con. They did like 40 something minutes in their Capcom show where they showed it off. It looked kind of cool. It's turn-based, just to put it out there. Again, it's something I've really played, but it looks cool. Another game that caught my attention is Mouse PI for Hire. I don't know if you guys have seen this in action, but it looks really cool. It very much has like a Steamboat Willie type of like art style.
Could crack a safe, could mark a date. Only one way to know. Find the numbers before they find me.
It could be terrible, but I'm intrigued. At the very least, I'm intrigued.
I'm out here building a future. Get rid of the shrews.
So that's coming March 19th. Seems like a detective / shooter kind of game. And then Pragmata, April 24th. There's a demo for that on PC. I played it, luckily enough, at Summer Games Fest. I had a lot of fun with it. I have the PC demo, the new one that they released. I haven't played it myself yet. I need to check it out, but I just haven't played it because I've already played it. But check out Pragmata. I've talked about it many times on stream. I think it's going to be a surprise hit. It really depends on like the longevity of that sort of like game loop. Like if it really can keep it up for the entirety of the game. It's very cool in a demo setting. My only question is like, will it be as good once you're like several hours into it? Will the story be good? So that's one to sort of like look out for reviews and like playthroughs, maybe get a sense of it, but I'm hopeful for it. It actually is fun. It's very like arcadey, almost like mid 2000s sort of vibe to it. And then obviously Saros on April 30th, 007 First Light on May 27th. That has like a little bit of a Hitman / Uncharted vibe. I've never finished any of the Hitman games, but I've played some of them. It is fun, the creativity that you can have during it, but it seems like they're also trying to like build in more of this sort of like Uncharted style like set pieces into it, as well as like with the storytelling maybe. So curious about that. Lego Batman, I'm really looking forward to, May 29th, and then Phantom Blade Zero on September 9th are the ones that we know. So all that though is pretense for the big boy of 2016, GTA 6. So it's coming out November 19th. Asterisk on that because there have been questions about whether it's going to happen even as recently as this week. And you may be saying like, oh, did I write 2016? Or no? 2026. So the biggest game is 2026, obviously GTA 6. There have been questions about it. We'll talk about them. You might be like, hey, I'm a Final Fantasy dude. I'm a Kingdom Hearts head, whatever you are. Maybe you're not into GTA, but this is very important for all of us as FF7 fans, because if this slips into 2027, early 2027, that can have an impact on Part 3's release date. In fact, like, whenever we first get our news on FF7, this trailer, if we get one, for example, in the near future, like in a February state of play, I'm not expecting a release date. We might get a window. We might just get 2027. But if there's any instability with GTA 6, it can have an impact on FF7. So there was this news that came out, people quoting Jason Schreier, who was on a podcast, saying that the game is, last he heard, the game's still not content complete. And he mentioned, the way he worded it sort of like opened up questions to like, oh, is it going to get delayed? And then he pushed back on it, right? He said like, that's not what I said. That's a misunderstanding of what I said. You know, which is that I wouldn't be shocked if GTA 6 does come out this fall, following the same delay pattern as RDR2. Long story short, RDR2 got delayed twice and launched on its third sort of like planned release date. Not just in Crimson Desert. I'm not sure in Crimson Desert. I'm not sure. I heard like mixed things at Summer Games Fest. I watched a little bit of it at Summer Games Fest, and didn't get a chance to play it. There was like a couch with it there, and I was looking at it, I was watching it, I was seeing people playing it in front of me. I saw Max playing it. I hadn't talked to Max at that point. I hadn't met him yet, so I didn't like, you know, interrupt him or anything. I heard him talk about it later on stream, and he was not super hot on it either. The only thing on Crimson Desert is the actual like game, like moment to moment game flow feels very MMO, and it is an MMO team. I saw a lot of like trailing sort of mission sort of stuff, so I'm not sure, just not sure. That's what I'll be watching reviews and stuff on, so I'm not entirely sure if it'll be up my alley. You know, like on paper it looks cool, visuals looks cool, but I don't know if I'll connect with it. So anyway, he said this was misleading. He then quoted himself. Let's listen to what he actually said, because a lot of times these days we like hear things, we see tweets, we read headlines, we don't hear what's actually said. When I first heard this audio, I will say that I had the same takeaway as a lot of these news outlets. Like, it sounded like he was leaving the door open to delay. He's claiming that he wasn't saying that. I take his word for it, but the way that he worded it was a little confusing. But and it was kind of funny. He was like, it's crazy how much of this, apparently he was like, seemingly it had some impact even on like the stock price of Take-Two, the mention of this news, this rumor. But anyway.
The November 19th release date, GTA 6 to slip to out of the
And again, this is important for the context of FF7 Part 3.
way, though I'm sure we'll return to it. Jason, by the time we recorded last year's version of this pod, which you were not on, but I remember mentioning on that episode that you had already said that you expected GTA 6 to slip to 2026. Good call. You were early on that one. So I'll ask you what your level of confidence about that 2026 release is right now, with the November 19th release date set in hopefully stone, some sort of
Just asking
is
about
exactly as far away from us.
This is how Rockstar works, or at least has worked in recent decades, I suppose. In the last decade with Red Dead 2, if you look at the history there,
Also
they
speed it
announced
up a
it for
little
fall
bit.
2017, then it slipped to spring
Didn't
2018.
realize we're
and then it
almost
slipped
3
again
hours in,
to fall
technically, with all the
2018,
delays.
and there it landed October of that year. So I wouldn't be super shocked if that is what happens again. This time around, this is a big and complicated game, and the last I heard, it was still not content complete. That is to say that people were still finishing things up, still finalizing levels and missions and seeing what's going to make it into the game. Typically the way that game development works, you have your feature complete, your content complete, your bug testing phases, and there's a lot of kind of boundaries blurred along the way in all of those different stages. But they are still making stuff, and we'll hopefully be done with that soon and just have a whole bunch of time for fixed bugs. But even during those phases, there's always someone who wants to sneak in some last minute stuff. So it's really hard to say, in other words. It's really hard to say right now. And I don't think anyone at Rockstar could tell you with 100% certainty that they will make it out in November. But I think this feels a little bit more real than fall 2025 did. That was never real, and even more real than May did. I think there were people, even when that May release date was announced, which I believe was like last May, around there.
Mm-hmm.
They said May 2026. Even then, I think there were people, at least that I spoke to, who were skeptical of that. And I think people feel like this might be a little bit more solid. But it's really,
he basically says like it feels a little more solid, but he leaves it open, right? Like he's very doubtful in some ways. Like he's like, you know, nobody even inside Rockstar can say 100%. So I understand. I know he pushed back very vehemently on how people framed it. I don't think it was crazy that people walked away from listening to this thinking that he was leaving the door open to, you know, delay, especially saying things like last I heard is not content complete. You would have some worries. I'm like, oh man, it's not content complete. It's like early 2026, supposed to come out November. Shouldn't it be complete at least? Shouldn't they be like totally in the bug fixing phase? I asked a game dev friend of mine about it, and he still thinks it's possible it comes out. He didn't really like, you know, the bug fixing phase versus like content complete is a little muddy sometimes. So hopefully it still comes out this year. And the reason why I'm hopeful it comes out this year is because I really want it to be out of the way to make way. First of all, I do want to play it. I actually do want to play it, but I also want FF7 to get here as soon as possible. Speaking of getting to FF7 as soon as possible, let's skip through these real quick. So other things, no release dates yet. Control Resident Fable is going to be new news at the Xbox show on January 22nd. Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. I've never played a Fire Emblem game, but I'm sure you guys have, so worth mentioning. Wolverine I'm looking forward to. Onimusha Way of the Sword should be really cool. And finally, Mixtape. This was also at Summer Games Fest, and people were talking about this game like crazy. all the appointments were booked up, so I didn't get a chance to check it out. But people really talked highly about this. This is supposed to come out last year, got pushed to this year. There's still no set date. Mixtape looks super cool though. The trailers, check it out. I'm very interested. Feels, you know, very much like a Life is Strange type game, gameplay wise. Sometimes it looks a little bit like What Remains of Edith Finch in terms of like kind of like crazy things happening with physics and whatnot. Looks really cool. So all that said, let's get to the real stuff. I'm sure you're antsy. I'm antsy. Stream has crashed 3 times. So let's get to the real stuff. I want to talk a little bit about my plans. This will be very brief. January of this year, we are here on January 11th. We'll be playing Crisis Core in a little bit if it doesn't break again. There will be no stream on Wednesday, as you guys know. As it says right here, I stream every Wednesday and Sunday, but this Wednesday, it's very, 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 very likely I have to travel for work. So in the event that I don't have to travel, I might stream, but currently no plan to stream because I think I'm going to have to travel Wednesday night. But we will continue FF7 in the following Wednesdays. We are just past the live stream sequence. Hey, let's mosey what's going on. I had a great holiday. I had a very restful, I needed this month off. I definitely needed it. And apparently so did my PC because it keeps crashing. Well, not the PC, but OBS was. Although I messed with the settings, I think I may have fixed my stream issues. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, all that stuff. Yeah, stream crashed 3 times today. FF7 will continue. We're past the live stream sequence now. So it'll hopefully just be a few more streams before we get done with it. And then we're going to start Nier Replicant. We may do some Nier Replicant today, since it's also in the thumbnail, but it's also 2:45. So we'll see. We still have FF7 interviews to get through. But so we might have it today. If not, we'll definitely start it next Sunday. And then of course there'll be weekly FF7 chit chat. Obviously this week had a little bit more 2026 stuff. I wanted to catch up with you guys on things beyond just FF7, but now we're starting to get into it. So February, starting next month, we'll have our weekly FF7 chat. We'll have Nier Replicant every Sunday. January 31st, FF7. I'm not expecting an event. Because it's the 29th anniversary, which is kind of weird. They may still do it, but it's just weird to have an event for the 29th anniversary. I expect them to say something. I think they'll drop something. There may be a video. There will definitely be like a note from the developers where like Katase and Nomura and Hamaguchi will like do their thing. They've done this a million times where they post like a note for the community where it's like, hey, we're working hard on the game. Maybe they'll give us a title. They'll give us some kind of update. There'll be something. I'm assuming you already talked about the Cody suite. Not yet, Let's Mosey. We're about to get into FF7 stuff right now. I was on a side quest at the start of stream. So anyway, February, we'll continue the weekly FF7 chats, FF7, Nier Replicant. We'll be doing a lot of, I don't know how long it'll take me to get through Replicant. I Googled it, said about 40 something hours for all the endings. Then we had Nier Automata. I'll probably start maybe toward the end of February if we get to it, maybe a little bit later, who knows. And then we'll continue OG FF7 on Wednesdays. I'll probably talk a bit about that playthrough on Sundays as well. Just recapping what we did or anything I found interesting during the Wednesday streams. I know everyone can't make the Wednesday streams, so I may talk about it a bit on the Sundays. But we don't have much left. So we should be wrapped up by mid-February. And then I'm thinking I'm starting like BioShock on Wednesdays. But we'll see. We'll see what the plan is, or maybe BioShock moves up to earlier on Wednesdays. I don't know. Maybe I also do some BioShock, some Nier on Sundays. We'll see. But the other thing is a state of play. I'm expecting a state of play sometime in February. Every single year they've had a state of play. I'm assuming at best an announcement of FF7 Rebirth and Xbox and Switch 2 will be on January 29th. Yeah, Kofi, that's a pretty good call. I can see them like, yeah, because Remake will already be out. I think they might save that actually for like a Nintendo show, because they do like to make real noise, you know? And you want to make noise where people are. You want to fish where the fish are, and the fish are at the Nintendo streams. So you may want to like save it for there. I'm expecting more of like a part 3 development update on the anniversary. Like, it's going well. We're going to have something to show you soon. They'll say that again for the 97th time. Let me also like get the music back up. Sorry. Also One Winged Angel. So I'm expecting State of Play sometime in February. And then my good friend, Schrodinger's Baby Seal, gave some hope on Blue Sky this week, where he said, as a gift to Blue Sky, I will grant you all prediction about news for FF7 Remake Part 3. My track record on this is very good. Suspiciously, it is a little suspicious. He's never told me about knowing anything, but it's a little suspicious. But we will not get news on the anniversary, but February. So whether he knows anything or not, he's very optimistic about getting some news. You'll remember we were planning to stream for Game Awards, and he was like, oh, I'm getting everyone together for Game Awards. You want to join? Because I was just going to stream with you guys and sleep easy. And I was like, yeah. So I actually, in my head, I was like, oh, maybe he's turning the corner. Maybe he's thinking that we're going to get something so we can all be there and like have like a big reaction. I was mentioning it to Sleep Easy. I was like, yeah, how crazy would it be? Like if they announce something, because then like the way we're going to all react, because we're all on Discord together, like the sound of it's going to be nuts. But it didn't happen. In fact, I started to like die a little bit inside at the end of that stream, if you remember. And then the following week, when we streamed and I did that whole breakdown, and Max was in chat, and I looked back at like the marketing calendar and I was like, actually, now I'm set on like summer. Now I'm thinking summer. I'm thinking we're going to do summer, but there is usually a State of Play every February. We've mentioned that. So maybe they show up there. ABC has hope, so I have hope. So March, weekly FF7 chat will continue. We will also have Nier Automata like every Sunday. We'll have BioShock on the Wednesdays, potentially. That's really how I'm seeing things shake out. There will always be FF7 stuff every Sunday. I'll probably watch like the Dirge cutscenes with you guys once we get through Crisis Core. And we'll do all that stuff. But this is sort of like the next 3 months, loosely what I'm looking at, what I'm thinking about doing. Well, let's get to FF7. Finally, let's mosey. You're here. You thought we skipped all this. We had not. You're just in time. So first, some like housekeeping. Shinra Archaeology Department. We talked about this at the very beginning of stream, 3 streams ago at this point with the disconnects. But they are now on Blue Sky. And you will see that they deleted everything off their Twitter. They fucking deleted everything. They have an archive. They mentioned an archive available on request, which I have to talk to those guys because I just assumed they were gonna put it on their website. I think they should do something with those archives to make them like accessible, because they are so important. There's like so much good stuff. So we'll see about that. I had people reply because I retweeted this and said like, oh, you got to go to Blue Sky to get your Shinra Archaeology like fix. And I saw people like, oh, give them a few weeks, yada yada. I'm telling you, I don't think they're coming back to Twitter. Like with the children stuff with AI, from what I heard of, like that was just like a bridge too far. I haven't looked into the details of like that stuff. But I know there's some outrage. The thing I really saw was the people asking Grok to basically like undress every woman on the platform and like put them in bikinis and shit. And like that was already disgusting enough, but like, yeah. So Twitter was already a hellscape. It's done some things that are just pushed Shinra Arch to the point where they just can't. So they're gone. But they are on Blue Sky and they're posting as they always have. And you'll see all they were tweeting about the Hamaguchi, or not tweeting, they were skeeting about the Hamaguchi interview and all kinds of other stuff. So they're back. They're doing their thing over there. So just like I know a lot of people here, I'm sure you guys have seen that news that Shinra Arch is on Blue Sky. I'm just reiterating it just in case you haven't seen the news and you're like, whatever happened to Shinra Arch? Boom, there they are. So let's get into something I haven't seen people talk about too much. I retweeted this. There was this tweet. It was from Nico Mocap. And you can see their handle says, I handle the management of motion captures, motion actors, casting, coordination for mocap recordings, achievements, FF7 Rebirth, Tales of Rise, Grand Blue Relink, etc., etc. At first I thought this was like a studio, but it does seem like it's a person. And so they tweeted this out. They said, today's Nico, 2016 actors, Mr. Wada Sanshiro, Kashiwa Yuta, Shibai Mika, actor and coordinator Yashiki Hiroko. The rap on a title we shot for over a year and a half. It's bittersweet, but I'm looking forward to the reveal. Gratitude to everyone who took care of us, and I want to cheer on everyone who's still working on it. So these names, Haruka Shibai, Hiroko Yashiki, Sanshiro Wada, 3 of them show up on this mocap credits for FF7 Rebirth. So you'll see those 3 names here. So these 2, Hiroko Yashiki and Sanshiro Wada, are down here as like additional actors, not name actors. Now, there's an interesting case here of Haruka Shibai, because you have Shibai here, but then it says Mika. So at first I thought maybe it's not the same person, but the curious case, Shibai Mika. Haruka Shibai, who was mentioned in the tweet and like on the credits, retweeted this exact same photo in the same tweet and said, hey, what's up, Matt Geove? Said, being entrusted with a full actor casting for this work was a great source of pride and a great boost to my confidence. The days I got to work alongside the warm and welcoming team on this project, and the days when the actors and coordinators put in their utmost effort, are cherished treasures that bring me joy. As for myself, I'm really looking forward to playing the game. I also ran the Japanese through Google Translate. It actually says like, our memories I cherish or something like that. Very Advent Children coded in that way. But this person, Haruka Shibai, is Tifa in the credits. And also mentioned here, Tifa and FF7R. So in terms of like the name being sort of like different, you know, Shibai Mika, maybe she got married or something, I don't know. But either way, the Tifa Lockhart mocap actor retweeted this tweet that includes 2 other actors that were mocap actors for FF7 Rebirth, specifically on a title that they've been shooting for over a year and a half. So I'm not 100% sure if this is part 3, but it adds up to potentially being part 3. I assume a lot of these like mocap actors probably work on several games. So it's possible they were shooting something else. But pretty decent signal that maybe this was them actually wrapping the mocap work on part 3. And then at the same time, the boy is back. So shout out to Manu, who was really the first one to be sharing this on Twitter. These like screenshots of Cody's Instagram stories where he was posting like every day from the studio. Cody Christian is back in the booth. FF7 Rebooth, as Oz put it. We know they were in the throes of it in early fall. I believe so, yeah. So it makes sense for mocap to be wrapping. We did get tweets. Yeah, we looked at tweets in like fall time of the mocap actors. A lot of them talking about doing work, right? If you held up a 3, yeah, he holds up the peace sign, but if you hold up 3, that would have been sick. I just love the action in these, right? Like, especially here, he's like drinking, and the one that I screenshotted where he's like gritting his teeth. He's really angry at Sephiroth. He's locked in. So very exciting. Not much to say about it. I know somebody in chat asked about it, maybe Les Mosey. I forgot who it was. There's not much to say about it. I think it is part 3. It makes a lot of sense. You know, potentially mocap is like finishing or just finished. And so they're probably doing a lot of localizing in that period. It makes a lot of sense. It all adds up. Usually later in development is when voice work gets done, especially for like the English side. So this would make sense. I don't think it's another rap thing. He actually did release like an album like a few months ago. So I don't think he'd be back in the booth doing more music. He just released music. So I think this is Cloud. I think this is part 3. I got to meet Tyler Hoechlin recently. I really should have asked him about being in the booth. Yeah, that's really cool that you got to meet him. Was it like at a con or something? I know him and Cody are going to be at the Phoenix con. I forget the name of it, but they actually just sent out like I got an ad for it actually, but like get your tickets, and I'm like, I'm not in Phoenix, even though I have a cousin in Phoenix. I just don't know if it'd be worth the money to like fly to Phoenix for that. I have like some things I have to fly for already early this year, so but I know Sephiroth is probably going to be there, right? Almost all of them are going to be at the Game Expo, including Cloud and Sephiroth. Tyler, I've never seen Tyler in an FF7 panel. Never. I've seen Cody in like 2. One of them was like New York Comic-Con that I went to back in the day. Yeah, Yuffie, Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, Sephiroth, Barrett. I mean, that's an insane panel. That's an insane panel. Did you get your ticket, Steph? That's going to be absolutely insane. Yeah, he is Superman also. I've never seen CW Superman, but he is. Yeah. We played a little bit of one of the interviews where he did mention something FF7. he was mostly talking about Superman the entire time, but crazy. Gonna be a crazy panel. Anyway, stuff is starting. Let's get into the real shit. Our boy the Gooch.
Oh, fine.
So I've already watched this. And I'm ready to talk about it. But I also need to use the bathroom. So give me 1 second, chat. Give me 1 second. Hang out with Yuffie 1 second. Maybe we should do the full screen react. Yeah. All right, let's check this out.
FF7 character to travel to Malaysia. Who do you think would enjoy it the most, and why?
誰だろうな。ユフィですかね。
I knew it. Hello guys, this is Sean from Gamer Braves. We are at Comic Fiesta 2025 this year, and we have a guest from Japan.
So there's a Malaysia gaming event where this happened.
Of yourself.
はい、スカイネックスから来てます。ファイナルファンタジー7リメイクシリーズの、ディレクターしている浜口です。今日はよろしくお願いします。
For you
I'll be in your
personally,
character.
what is the emotion you most want players to remember from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth?
リバースで、リバースで一番やっぱ我々こう、クリエイターがこう意識したのはやっぱりこうキャラクター同士のこう
He's
関
talked
係
about this
性とか
before,
絆って
right? Like the
いう
bonds
ところを
between
こうしっかり描くっ
characters.
ていうのをコンセプトにゲームデザインをしていたので、そこを体感していただけるっていうのが一番届けたかったメッセージではあります。やっぱりこう
Stream didn't
その絆っていうのを
crash,
テー
right?
マ
Still
に、
going
コン
well.
バットからこう、ストーリーからこう、ゲームデザインから含めてやっぱ全てそこを要素にキャラクター同士の関係性をゲーム体験の中から感じてもらうっていうところをすごくこうゲーム内で表現しているので、こうそれをすごく体験できる作品に仕上がってるなとは思っています。
It's like the synergy attacks in the games.
Yeah, and this is the one thing I'll say. We talked about this a million times, but the bonds aspect is why I think the side quest structure was the way, like designed the way that it was, to really make sure that hey, there's stuff to do, go do it, go get to know all these other characters, build those bonds. Like, I think the Ubisoft checklist style was purposefully to sort of like make sure people played side
On to the
content.
next question. So Rebirth introduced
So hopefully they won't have to do that as much in part 3.
a huge variety of mini
It's also why the story doesn't move into like real meaty story stuff until like very late in the game. But yeah.
games. Some players love them, while others they felt that they interrupted the pacing. How do you view the role of mini games and light activities in shaping the overall experience?
ファイナルファンタジー7リバース
It's like, I hear you guys in the mini games, but
ゲ
respectfully,
ームがそのゲ
we do what we
ーム
want.
のこう主体となるこう遊び以外のミニゲームっていうのは、よくこう入れられて
It
るよう
is
な
true.
ゲー
There
ムっていうの
were
は
a
世
lot
の
of
中に多くあると思
mini
う。
games in the original.
大抵の狙いってやっぱりこう同じゲームこうのテンポというか
Not
ゲ
as
ーム
many.
のこう遊びを継続しているとやっぱりだんだんこう新鮮味とかこう手触りの変化っていうのがなくなってくるので、そういう時に全く違うこうゲーム体験ができるようなミニゲームっていうのを入れることで、よりユーザーがその世界
I think the biggest, hey, what's up, Bill? Yo, sub, your stream is always on when I walk the dog on a Sunday. Perfect timing. Great. I think the biggest, because when you really look at the progression of the mini games in Rebirth, they're not all that bad until you hit Costa del Sol, right? Like you have the Junon parade, you have to like catch a chocobo and calm. It really depends on what you define as a mini game also, right? Like, would you define crawling, escaping calm as like a mini game since you're doing an unconventional sort of like walk animation? I thought that was too slow, possibly. But there's not that many until Costa del Sol. Costa del Sol is like the vast majority of them are optional, as Cam is saying. There are like some within the story. The ones that are in the story are capturing your first chocobo, and you technically do have to do the sort of like chocobo trial run thing. Then there is the Junon parade, where you like first you have to do the practice run, which you do in the original, and then you do the actual parade. I guess you could say collecting all of the guys, all the troops. Maybe you can call that a mini game. I don't know. It was fine. Like I was gonna run around all of Junon anyway. And then you do obviously the March version. The dolphin that puts you up also in the original. You actually don't have to do the CPR as a minigame. And then obviously the Queen's Blood tournament, which if you're one of the rare souls that doesn't like Queen's Blood, sure, I guess that could throw you off. Where the minigames dragged on me, if anywhere, was Costa del Sol. It's like there, you then like are forced, in this case, not forced, optional. In this case, just forced to do that for the outfits, right? You have to do the little pirate shooting game. You can skip the QB tournament. Why would you though? So you have to do you have to get at least one outfit for Cloud, at least one outfit for Tifa, at least one outfit for Air. So those are 3 mini games right there that you have to do to continue the story in Costa del Sol. I think I ended up doing like 6 So there's quite a bit in Cold Steel Soul. So I think Cold Steel Soul is like really the worst offender of the minigame, like the forced minigame thing. You could choose to just do one outfit, but you also want to see both of them, you know? You go, what does the other one look like? So it's sort of like forced me to sort of like check out those to get the second token to see the second outfit.
世界観をこう新鮮な状態、こうなんか新しい気持ちで。
What was my least favorite game? God, I guess people are gonna say Gears and Gambits and stuff, which is not great, but wasn't that bad, especially like first time through. You can basically take Chadley's recommendation and beat it pretty easily. I would say for me, I think it counts as a mini game. There were a couple. The collecting the fucking segways collecting the segways in Coastal Soul was just like a drag. Gotta go around and find the unused one and then drive it back to the right parking space for the Segway. Was not fun. There was like some maybe kind of funny story stuff there, but with the jealous sort of like girlfriend. And the other one, the Cactuar, taking pictures of the Cactuar, I didn't really love that much. There were a couple of those where you had to like use a map to find a thing that were sometimes good, sometimes a little tedious. But the Cactuar picture one is one that really stands out also. Because you got to get the right zoom level, which means you got to like stand in the right place and zoom from that place at the right level. Yeah, so actually Gears and Gambits I actually had some fun with personally. I haven't played it on hard because fuck that. I will eventually have to for the platinum. I think one of the things with the mini games is that like people who are like trophy hunters also really got annoyed by them. I don't really care about trophies that much. I will eventually do everything. But it didn't really bother me that much. I have to finish. I need to do the Sephiroth fight also on the boxing game. Because I think I've done everything else on it, but I don't think I've unlocked Sephiroth yet. I know people talk about like you really need to do the pause trick or whatever, so I haven't gotten to that fight to see the pause trick for myself. I figure I could do it. I've done all of them. I haven't really been like that. They're a little tricky, but they haven't been incredibly hard to me. The piano mini game I loved. Yeah. I showed it on stream a couple streams ago, but I did all the songs at 5 speed to the star tier. So I 100% perfect at 5 speed. All the songs took a while, but I really liked it. Except for all the text of very small tells, it was hard. I'll have to check it out. I haven't done it yet. So that one I may have to do. I keep having in my head, I want to be the one who doesn't have to use the pause trick. But maybe I'll have to do it.
楽しめるっていうところがやっぱミニゲームの一番の。
Oh, Middle Manager was trickier for you? And I beat him. Yeah. I didn't have to use the pause trick on Middle Manager.
魅力だと思っています。
Early on in 3D Brawler, I didn't like it because it was so easy. Actually, like 3D Brawler, the first few levels, I didn't like because it was so easy.
ただまあやっぱり本編を楽しみたいんだって思ってる時にこう違う手触りが入ってくることを楽しいと思えるユーザーもいれば、その時にやっぱりより本編を進めたいからそれが少しプレイの邪魔になってるっていう風に感じるユーザーがいるっていうのもそこは理解はしているので、まあそのゲーム
I think there's like some conflating between mini games and like the pacing of side content with like both this answer and like how people feel about the game. I think there will be probably like less mini games. It's not like part 3 doesn't really have a ton of moments for like playing mini games. Like Rebirth is the one where you're building bonds, you're having fun, you're going to the gold saucer. Part 3 is a lot heavier for the most part. So I assume there will be just less. I think there will be mini games, but I think they'll be a lot more optional than force, you know.
ミニゲームのこう
like within the story.
登場するタイミングだったり、こう、まあ、そのミニゲーム自体の難易度だったり、まあ、さらにその量だったりっていうところは、まあ、やっぱ我々クリエイターが、
The amount of mini games and the pacing of them.
気を使い続けて、こう作品を作らないといけないところだなっていうの。
I think they have taken a lot of notes, or if they've heard anything in the feedback for part 2 for Rebirth, it's been a pretty consistent note on like pacing, both in story and side content, and like how that content is introduced to people. So I'm hopeful they take that to heart and they fix it. The one fear that I have is because they've mentioned like they've heard so much with the pacing and you know how slow it takes to how slow it can feel if you're doing all the content. And I'm fearful that it could push them to sort of like do the thing that they did in both the Dine sequence and the Gi, like Nanaki to the Gi sequence, where it just moves so fast. Like suddenly you have the Dine thing, then you're fighting Palmer, then you're back to Dine, and then dude is coming back. Why am I blanking on his name? I want to say Corneo. It's not Corneo. Oh my god, why am I blanking? The guy who runs Dio. Yeah. Because I was thinking Don Dio. So Dio like shows up with the thing, and then you're on a chase and you're running, and then with Red 13, you see his dad, and then it immediately jumps to the Gina Talk stuff. There's a lot of that felt too fast in some ways. I was mostly controversially pretty fine with the Dine stuff, with the exception of like, I'm not a big fan of the Palmer. I like the actual fight, but the placement of it and all that wasn't a big fan of. I like the chase out. I actually did like that. I know some people don't, but I did like that. Hey, what's up, Tyler? So I just like when he talks about pacing, I get a little fearful that they may overcorrect and then like rush through story beats because they're, you know, mixing up things that people had problems with and things that they should just do.
まあ、いつも思いながら制作はして。
But they also have stuck to their guns for the most part, right? Like they knew the ending of Rebirth was going to be controversial, and they stuck to it, you know?
あとは原作がやっぱりこう、まあ、ファイナルファンタジー7
Yeah, you really need to fight Palmer then, right? You could have saved him for part 3. Like, that's the iconic Palmer fight, is like when he gets hit by the truck in Rocket Town. Like, I don't know what compelled them to be like, we have to have a Palmer fight here, you know? They could have just done the Palmer chasing them in the desert thing, you know?
のリメイクシリーズに関して言えば、やっぱ原作がミニゲームが多いこうタイトルだったので、まあ私としてもやっぱその意思はそのリメイク作品であっても継続したいというか引き継ぎたいと思っているので、まあ1作2作目最終作含めてまあより。
That's an interesting question. Actually, it's an interesting point from Lazy Black Dragon. He's saying like, I'm probably going to rush story. I need to know what happens. For people here in chat, what do you think in your head? How do you think you're going to approach part 3? Like, do you think you're going to like do it like rush, like focus more on story, or will you try to like do a lot of world concept? We will have the high wind. Because I will say that like my first time playing Rebirth, I was mentally my mental state was, okay, I'm going to enjoy this world. We're finally here. I'm going to enjoy this world. I'm going to soak up everything it has. And so I was ready for that pacing, right? I was ready for 100% of the grasslands. I 100% of Junon the first time through. Then I started to feel some drag and I focused more on the story. But I was ready to just like do as much as I could. And I think a lot of you were also probably in that same place. But going into part 3, are you thinking more story or more side stuff? Because the side stuff could be very cool, but I do think my gut is a little bit more story also, right? I'm making it last, bro. No Russia. That's the other thing, Tyler, right? Like I'm torn between, I think once I'm actually in the game, once I'm actually playing the game, I'm gonna be like, oh, I can do that. Oh, I can see the high one over there. I can do this, I can do that. You know, like I'll probably soak up a lot more than I think. We've seen some interesting perspectives regarding the dying scene. Some people like how Shinra was involved because it made them angrier, and so Palmer fight was an excuse to let out that anger. Oh, I've never heard that take, Game Busters, but that is interesting. I'll do the same thing I did in Rebirth, 100%. I probably won't 100% the first time through, though. Take it at my own pace when I get sick of side content, do story. Yeah, that's the best way to do it in general. Once you feel the side stuff dragging you, I think you have to listen to that internal voice and like move ahead. That's what I did, at least. I want to take my time to do everything. You played for the first time once. Rollin, I will say, because you're saying to reread it, I want to take my time and do everything. You play for the first time once. That may be true, but technically, the first time you do anything is your first time doing it, right? So, at one point when I was playing Rebirth, I stopped doing side stuff, and the only side stuff I would do was Queen's Blood. And sometimes I did, like, I had a friend who told me, Cosmo Canyon Proto Relic questline you have to do. I was like, okay, I'll do that. But otherwise I tabled a lot of stuff for post game. So I went ahead, beat the rest of the story, which is great because then the weight of the story, like the desire to sort of like see what happens, then fell off of me. And because of that, I was able to just like do all the world stuff on a hard mode, which made it more engaging. Like I'll tell you, that fight where like Yuffie, you like go to that secret beach on like a Yuffie quest line, and you have to fight those two like alligator things that come out of the water. That fight was so hard on hard mode. But it was my first time doing it. So it was my first time playing that content. It was technically, I guess my second time in the game, but it was my first time doing that content. So I still felt like it was fresh and it was new and it was the first experience. So whether you do that after you've done all the story or not, it's still your first time with that content. So I still heavily suggest people, like when they feel the side content feels like a burden, just move ahead with the story. You'll still have your first time with that other content whenever you get to it. Some people are wired differently, but like that's my approach. I'm just catching up with chat. There's a lot of missable stuff. It'll be hard to watch others play through and be like, damn, missed that. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Some of it is having the self-discipline to not force yourself to do the stuff you're not enjoying and leave it for later. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Red Sarge? One thing that pissed me off, people who received Rebirth earlier were spoiling a lot of side stuff. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. You don't have to worry about that with me. Like if I receive it early, you don't have to worry about that. I would move on, but just too stubborn of a gamer to move forward. Yeah. It tries to use others, not use in-game mechanics and try to beat it with brute strength. Yeah. I've had to do that a couple times in my hard mode playthrough because I didn't do all the side stuff, so I didn't have all the equipment, all the materia. So I know you guys were throwing stuff in chat where it's like, hey, equip this or that materia or this or that piece of equipment. I was like, I don't have it, so I can't. I need to figure out another way through it, you know? Since I did everything on first playthrough, I was able to rest and catch on things I missed and dive into story and theories. If they truly give us the freedom, I could see me getting lost, yeah. There were cutscene skippers spoiling the first Endwalker 8-man on like day one. That would sucks. I mean, for me, that's just a wild, like, cutscene skipping in FF14 is like the craziest thing for me, you know? I'm a interesting breed of 14 player in that the MMO gameplay is not really why I'm there. Like I enjoy combat when I'm in it, but I don't really seek it out. I don't do savage raids. I don't do like all the extra content. Mostly MSQ and like do the base side stuff, the base raids and whatnot. But yeah. Let's get back into
やっ
the
ぱり
video.
多くなミニゲームっていうのをユーザーに楽しんでもらえるようなゲームコンテンツにしたいなという思いはあります。
I'll move on to the next question. Like from all the characters in the first two games, is there any one ended up growing on you where you had a moment of realization about how?
Oh yeah. Also consider that we could have a lot more of the special material that Remake Rebirth only gave us like 2 or 3 of. Elemental, for example, also obviously Magnify. I suspect they'll be blowing this open and giving us a lot more of that. Yeah, Max has been talking about that on stream like nonstop, where he's been talking about like, I want materia birth in part 3. Like, I want the mechanic from the original game where once you master a materia, it births a new materia. Because, you know, really breaking the limits off. I'm torn on it a little bit because a part of me does want that. Like, I want 7 goddamn magnifies. But I also do love the forced challenge that it adds in, right? Like, it makes me very choiceful about my materia setup for fights. So maybe they unlock it at a certain point, but I mean, yes, the point is, like, a lot of RPGs has the point of like breaking it, right? That's part of the fun. That's, you know, breaking the game so you can beat, you know, Emerald Weapon, you know, all of that stuff is like part of the game. So they might do that. They'll probably do that in some way. In the where I have that creative materia mechanic. Yeah, I've talked about like how cool it would be to have materia fusion in part 3. Because I do love that mechanic in Crisis Core.
Deep they actually are. Or you simply ended up liking them a lot more in the past thanks to the remakes.
Actually, God, that reminds me. Speaking of materia or the Emerald Weapon, what's that? There's this crazy video I saw. Where was it? I mentioned it in one of these chats. My Discord chats. Oh, here it is. Wait, where's the... Oh, John Q Gamer sent it as an Instagram reel. So make sure it doesn't show my real Instagram handle and stuff. Yeah, it seems like it's fine. But this dude, check this out. Is it showing it? I actually never knew about this, fake fan. I actually never knew about this. Just one-shotted with that limit break thing.
I'm not one-shotted nobody else. You look at the save file, you can already tell where we're going.
And then I then saw this. Hold on. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Yeah, just one-shotting the fucking weapon, dude. And then it shows like how to do it. Yeah. Crazy. I never knew about that. So yeah, I'm sure they'll have game-breaking stuff as well. Even though I think that one's more of a glitch exploit, but first time I used Lats, I got the one that kills the party. Oh shit. Never use Kate again. Have I ever seen a slot speedrun? No. I don't really watch speedrun stuff for pretty much any game that I like. That sounds fun though.
7に出てくるキャラクターはみんな私の中ではもうみんなやっぱ特別な
Oh, there's a question about which character he loved or that grew on him.
こうやってより表現をこうディテールを増したことで
When this question was asked, I think we all had the same thing in our head. Like, he has to say Barrett, right? Like, Barrett is the king.
ユーザーに、キャラクターのこう魅力というか、深さがこう届けられたのは、バレットかなという気持ちはあ
There
る。
it is.
やっぱり原作のバレットって、やっぱすごくこう、まあ、その当時にこうキャラクターが描かれてて、
Maybe they
すごく
outright
こ
like
う、まあ、バレッ
admitted
トのこ
that
う
they
キャラクター
essentially
性のこう型
mimicked
にはめたよう
Mr.
な
T,
表現
right?
っていうのが、やっぱりこう、原作の当時っていうのはやっぱりこう見られましたけど、やっぱりより今の時代で、よりこう、バレット自体をこうリアルに表現できるようになった時に、やっぱり彼自体が目指す正義だったり、守らないといけないものだったりとか、やっぱそういうものをちゃんとしっかり描いてあげること。
Shit, where did I put that? Speaking of Barrett, I have like a signed Barrett print. I forgot where I put it. But I have it here. Hold on, let me pull it up. I think I've shown it before, but I got a John Eric Bentley print on a Streamily thing that he did a while ago. And I had him sign, like, he was like live on stream, like signing autographs. And my request when I bought it, because you put there's a little comment field to ask for whatever you want. My favorite line is like she's tougher than me. Like that moment in part 1 where you go to leave and to go save Aerith, and let's see. What chapter was that? 14? I'm a sucker for this one.
You've done more for us than we deserve. I won't forget this. If you ever need anything, all you gotta do is holler. You all the time. I really do.
He obviously talks to her.
But if I stay here, I can't fight out there.
Explains it. It's very heartbreaking.
You, okay? Of course, I promise.
Makes a promise to her, and then
She's tougher than me.
yeah, the very first video essay I did on this channel mentions this part, because like I feel like a lot of people don't react to it. Like I watched a lot of playthroughs and like I don't see anybody react to this line. The only person I ever saw react to it was Frankie Lalia, who's been uploading her Rebirth playthrough, by the way, and like through like cut her like highlight versions of all the chapters. That's super funny. The Frankie videos, if you have not been watching Frankie's Rebirth playthrough videos, they're so funny. But anyway, she had a reaction to this scene where she was like, and like, I have this, like, for me, this moment was like so telling of Barrett as a character, right? He puts on this, you know, bravado of like, you know, tough guy, and he's the leader and yada yada. He puts on the sunglasses because he feels vulnerable in that moment. He feels like he's not strong. And he's like, she's tougher than me, right? Like, I'm the one who's gonna run out and I'm gonna like save Aerith and take down Shinra and yada yada. But it's like Marlene faces this threat with more bravery than he does in some sense. Like, he's more afraid in this moment than she is. And God, that shit fucks me up. I'm not even a dad, but that shit hits me. Really good scene. Like, one of my favorite moments from him. What's the Lawrence dog tags? I don't know, actually.
ことで、やっぱただこう彼自体もすごくやっぱりこう彼の運命に対して立ち向かっていて、それに対してこういう表現をしていたんだな、こういう行動してたんだなっていうのが、なんかより原作以上にファンの方々に届けられたなっていうところは、今作こう作って非常に良かったキャラクターだなとは思いましたし、まあ、実際今リメイクリバースこう発売した後もやっぱバレットに対してすごくこうポジティブなファンの方からのコメントをいただけるので、そこは本当に私自身一クリエイターとして素直に嬉しいという気持ちがあります。
Yeah, I mean, as a father, I do feel that, you know, Barrett, I feel a lot more friendliness from Barrett right now compared to the original game. Final Fantasy VII as a game, they have so many spin-offs, like there's like prequels and post FF7 titles, and you know, they keep
yeah, Barrett as a character is like, I think a character that even in the, maybe not intentionally, but like the archetype of his character is a character that you're supposed to feel everything that we feel for him now, right? Like in terms of he's a sort of like father figure for the group, and you're supposed to have that kind of connection to him. And they've really done that incredibly well, right? Like Barrett is, I mean, it's hard for him not to be the most loved or lovable character in a lot of ways, right? He's just such a human. I don't know. I really love Barrett so much. I like Tifa better on the remake trilogy than the OG game, despite being great in the OG too. I mean, Tifa's just like, they couldn't have done Tifa better. Like, it would be, I think, impossible. I can't think of, even down to the voice, right? Like, probably more than any cast member, Britt Baron's voice is the one that is the most like plucked from my childhood memory. Like, I didn't know that voice, but once I heard it, I was like, oh my God, that is Tifa. Like, probably more than any other character, right? Like, all the voices are great, and they're all very fitting. But the voice that was like most, for me at least, like, holy shit, this is always how I imagined what Tifa sounded like, is Britt Baron, is Tifa. But I mean, that's it. I mean, they're all perfect, but I'm just saying, like, it's almost uncanny. Like, it's weird. Like, it's like, how is that possible? You know?
Expanding the original timeline. And did any of these existing storyline, when you approach the project, like, did it create any limitation and constraints?
Like for all the other characters, like, I hear them for the first time, it's like, hey, yeah, that's Cloud. Yeah, that's Barrett. Yeah, that's Aerith. Maybe Red, the first like deep voice on Red, you know, was like, oh yeah, that's how I always pictured Red. But Tifa is the one where it's like, it was almost like not a person's voice. It was almost like it just came literally from the character. It was weird.
ね、あんまりそういう観点でこの今のリメイク作品を作ってる時にそういうこう感覚を持ったことはないんですが、ただこのリメイクプロジェクトを立ち上げる時、進める中でクリエイティブディレクターの野村だったり。
She sounds really caring. I think you get that vibe even from like some of the interviews with Britt Baron. And it reminds me a little bit of, I remember listening to interviews with the cast of Dispatch, and not to spoil it big time, but originally the voice actor for Blonde Blazer was originally cast as Invisigal, and a couple sessions in, apparently she was like, I think she was feeling it, but then also the director was feeling it, that there's a sort of edginess to Invisigal that just didn't feel right with Blonde Blazer VA. So they actually changed it. They made her Blonde Blazer instead of Invisigal, and they casted you know, what's her name? Oh my God. Famous voice actress. Anyway, they replaced the Invisigal voice actress. They've turned Invisigal into Blonde Blazer and then recasted Invisigal. Laura Bailey. Yeah. But like crazy. Yeah. But you could tell she was saying that my personality is so close to Blonde Blazer that it just fit. And it's made more sense. Sometimes that just happens too with casting. There's somebody just has to fit with it. I think Britt fits with hers perfectly. I think they all fit theirs really well, actually. Like John Eric Bentley feels like a father figure to the fans in a way, and his role is that. Cloud, you know, Cody is sort of like a fairly mysterious human being in some ways, right? Like he's into, like, he does rapping, He's, talked about, I think, some challenges that he's had. So that's kind of fitting for Cloud. Like, all of them as like people kind of fit their character in an interesting way. Not to like parasocially like define who they are as people through their characters, but like I could at least see some links in some ways that are just appropriate,
今プロデューサーの北瀬とはやっぱりこのファイナルファンタジー7リメイクシリーズっていうのは原作をただリメイクするだけじゃなくて、これまでのスピンオフコンピレーションの作品も含めた世界観を全部こう踏襲してというかこう受け取った状態でのリメイク。
Fucking Tyler Hoechlin never shows up at any event until the coming one for Phoenix. Like, talk about not understanding Sephiroth, right?
作品にしようっていうところがまず方針というかやりたいこととしてありました。なのでまあ確かにそのこうコンピレーションで出てきてた。
Oh yeah, this is the story. Sorry. So this was the controversial one, or not controversial, but this is one of the ones that like became part of the. Is it a sequel or is it the original sort of question?
7 titles, and keep expanding the original timeline. And did any of these existing storyline, when you approach the project, like did it create any limitation and constraints?
どうなんでしょうかね。あんまりそういう観点でこの今のリメイク作品を作っている時にそういう感覚を持ったことはないんですが、ただこのリメイクプロジェクトを立ち上げる時、進める中でクリエイティブディレクターの野村だったり、プロデューサーの北瀬とはやっぱりこのファイナルファンタジー7リメイクシリーズっていうのは原作をただリメイクするだけじゃなくて、これまでのスピンオフコンピレーションの作品も含めた世界観を全部。
They've talked about this before, right? Like, wanted to make a story that could include the compilation of the spin-offs.
こう踏襲してというか受け取った状態でのリメイク作品にしようっていうところがまず方針というかやりたいこととしてありました。なので確かにそのコンピレーションで出てきてたキャラクターをどこまで背景を説明して今回のリメイク作品で登場させれば、仮にそのキャラクターを知らないユーザーであってもちゃんとそのキャラクターの魅力を気づいてもらえるかみたいな、その表現の線引きっていうところはやっぱりすごく悩むところはありますが、ただ結果としてやっぱりスピンオフとか含めたコンピレーションで非常に例えばシスネとかもそうですけど、やっぱり非常に人気のキャラクターがやっぱり多く生まれている作品なので、それも含めて踏襲してあげることでより今回のリメイク作品がより多くのファイナルファンタジー7のファンの方々に届けられるっていう意味では非常に意味のあることだなというふうに考えています。
So let's talk about this, right? I hear what he's saying. I feel this way with almost all the time. Every time they address this, I sort of feel this sense. And is there confirmation bias at play? Because I feel something about the story and the way it's playing out that maybe counter this. Very, very likely. I very likely have my own bias when I read this. Or when I hear this, but let me present my feelings on this. On the one hand, I totally see what he's saying, right? And they're definitely doing that. They're incorporating the compilation. You see it all throughout the remake trilogy. Like, even the way like Loveless is brought to life is more the Crisis Core form of it, versus the way that we saw it in the original, which we didn't really see it in the original, right? Even the play that they perform during the dates in the original wasn't Loveless. It was some, random Slay the Dragon sort of like story, versus really reflecting and like reflecting what was in Crisis Core. Obviously, a lot of references to characters from throughout the compilation, everyone from Cisne to Kunsel to Kyrie and Leslie and a whole bunch of compilation characters, right? Even setting up Nero from Dirge. So they've incorporated all those characters, right? So I see that. I see what he's saying. The thing that I push back on, that almost feels like I'm being gaslit about, is kind of papering over this whole thing. It's just like, oh, we're taking these characters that people have fallen in love with and we're including them in the original. But that's not only what they're doing, right? Like, they show scenes from Advent Children early. Like, they show the sort of like mimicked effect of like geostigma on Cloud's arm in Remake. They like, there are all these like metatextual references that aren't just like, oh, a Kunsel, cameo, actually a mention in this case. There's all these things that I feel like this is the safe way to discuss it, right? It's like the safe way to discuss it without spoiling anything is like, hey, all these characters you love, we've included them. But it's not exactly all that we're doing with these characters, right? Like, even Siste talks about, wishing against hope that she will, see Zack again, right? Like, things that aren't just spending time and enjoying the characters. It's sort of hinting at some kind of fundamental change, right? So, I don't know. It just feels, I don't want to say disingenuous, but it's just it's a very PR safe way to describe it, in my mind. Kafka wrote a long thing. SubTXT is someone who works in marketing. How do you see the prospect of having to do PR work and advertising for this game? It must be really difficult for them, having to beat around the bush for years on end about what the Remake trilogy actually is, and what they're trying to accomplish for a game that is so well known and loved already. I assume there's probably like a little bit of a debate between marketing and the dev team as to how to handle it. Like, I can imagine a marketing team being like, hey, let's lean into this. Let's lean into sort of the element of change, and the dev team being like, no, let's not. Now, to be fair to the dev team and to the people who like don't see this as any form of requel, including, I think, like, well, I'm not sure Prof's final stance, but I know Prof Noctis, generally speaking, is more reimagining. I don't think he's like leaning in the direction of like some significant change at the end of this. But to give them something, I was reading something from the Lost creator, an interview, because Lost came back around in the news for some reason. I forget what it was, and I tweeted about it, and I found this like interview with the creators of Lost, and it was like after the movie came out. Let me see if I can find it. Well, I don't want to spoil things for Lost, but basically people reached the finale of Lost and they were like, oh, so everyone was dead the whole time, which is not exactly the intention of that finale. But there were like certain broadcasting choices, not even like writing choices, like literal, he talked about like an ad break and something that they did to fill the time, and people misread it as being, everyone was dead the whole time. So one thing I'll say is like Lost, there was an assumption at the end of that show that everyone was dead the entire time. The creators have pushed back on that. And then in this interview where they talked about it, they said like, we kept saying in interviews, like everything on the island is real. Cause I guess throughout the length of the show, people were like coming up with theories and hypothesizing. I'm like, oh, is what's happening on the island actually real or not? And they kept saying in interviews, what's happening on the island is real. and it is like, they're there, right? And then people reached a finale, and because of a lot of different reasons, some people walked away feeling like, okay, the things that happened on the island weren't real. They were dead the whole time. That was like the takeaway some people had. So you could say there's maybe something similar happening here with FF7, right? In all of the interviews, the developers have said it's still the original game. We're still following the original. And then there are people like me and a lot of you in chat who are like, but I think there's more here. Seems there's a lot more here. Seems a lot of evidence for a lot more than just that. So maybe we'll reach the end of part 3 and we'll be wrong. Maybe what they've been saying in interviews has been right this entire time. We just couldn't see it, just like the Lost, interviews, kept saying something, and then it reached the end, and people, thought the opposite. So I don't know. My big fear is like we might reach the end of the trilogy, and people will still be debating this. Whether it was like a requel or is it a complete that's my fear in some ways, is like we'll still be having these debates after all of it. But specifically to this answer, that's my takeaway, is like he's saying this is just inclusion of character. This feels a lot more than just inclusion of character. Thanks for the answer. It feels like they're playing some sort of 4D chess with the public. Yeah. SubTXT, will you be upset at all if it does just end up being a reimagining of sorts? It depends on how they do it, right? Like, my gut feeling is like, my gut feeling is like, yes, I think I will be disappointed, only because of like the severity of Chapter 18 of Remake, especially, right? Like, Chapter 18, having you fight a literal god of destiny and destroying destiny just to wrap around and still have the same destiny happen, because like that's the nature of the characters. It would feel like it doesn't fulfill the promise. No promises to keep. It doesn't fulfill the promise that they set out at the start of all of this. It'd be like ruining some of the classic moments just to hype up the game. Yeah. That's when there would be the most opportunity for me to be like, maybe that was, to be like pessimistic, have a pessimistic read. They're like, oh, they just did this to sort of like string us along, Tyler, it's a reimagining for sure as a sequel. Personally, if it just ends the same and continues to AC like normal, I wouldn't hate it, but I would wonder why they had to tell the story the way that they did. Like, don't bring up changing fate. Yeah. And to Gamebuster's point, in the original game, Bugenhagen talks about fate. It's the one time fate comes up. So he's like, am I wishing against fate? And but like, so you could point out and say like, oh, fate was always in the game, but it was like one time. And it wasn't as pointed. Like I said, Chapter 18 of Remake is writing a check. And will they cash that check is what we're all curious about. Because if they don't cash that specific Chapter 18 check, the thing that started all this, right? Like, we all walked away from Chapter 18. That's where we're all watching Max's conversations about it, all the theories, the easy allies, all that stuff. We got hooked by the promise of that ending. So if they don't fulfill that ending, that promise, that no promise to keep, if they don't keep it, then I could just see it be disappointing for a lot of people. I also heard apparently the JP script barely mentions fate. You mean for a remake? I think I saw I did go back through a retranslation of the Japanese remake, Chapter 18. I think there's like maybe one or two extra fate mentions, but it's still apparent. Like, you're still fighting fate. Like, you're still fighting destiny, straight up. And from what I've seen, a lot of the Japanese fan base has similar debates on the requel thing versus regular. Like, they're in the same place, from what I understand. True, and they always have the ability to remind people after part 3 that being honest during the years of interviews would have ruined the surprise and story. Yeah. Which has happened in lots of games, right? Like Last of Us Part 2, which you can find some of my thoughts on Patreon. That game had that same thing where the developers literally put a lie into one of the trailers. A straight up lie. They showed a character in a scene where that character doesn't show up, specifically to throw off the audience who are kind of too far along on the scent, and they just had to apologize for it later. I think that was a mistake. I think they took it too far, but that could show how developers, that damn Japan commercial. That Japan commercial was so crazy. I still think about that stream. I need to turn that into, oh, I did turn it into a video. What am I talking about?
All right.
I did talk about that. So I'm sort of like probably not going to keep up the second channel. I'm just consolidating everything down to the one channel. And I'll just post more on this like main channel. But we talked about this 5th entry on an old stream of the compilation after Advent. Actually, this is worth watching. I became busy with other work. This fucking quote. It was launched as the 5th entry after Advent Children. Quotes super interesting and potentially a little bit telling. Interviewer: roughly, when did the Final Fantasy VII Remake project begin? Katase: the project itself has actually existed for quite a long time. Nomura: back when we were developing the compilation of Final Fantasy VII, it was launched as the 5th entry after Advent Children. After Advent Children, before Crisis, Crisis Core, and Dirge of Cerberus, though only as a project plan. However, since I was the only person attached to the project, it quietly went dormant after I became busy with other work. So that just still blew me away. I won't linger on it, but like the fact that it was planned as the like 5th part of the compilation, it was planned for after all of the rest of the compilation. Seemingly it was planned after and as a summation, as a great culmination of all of this that came before it, right? But the commercial was this. That has to be baked in to how they're structuring and building this. So they did this like 15-minute video. Anybody in chat, because I think you can post links, can somebody find this while we're playing this like 15-minute commercial that they made leading up to Remake in Japan? So the concept of the video is there's like a new player. This guy is like new to FF7. So is this player. So the younger generation. Kafka, thank you. Fuck it, let's just watch it. What time is it? 4 o'clock? Well, 7 on the clock. So context for this. This came out. It's actually an official Square Enix thing. It's on this other channel, but I've verified this. This is a Square Enix release. It came out November 7th, 2019. It's a 13-minute commercial ad that played in Japan for Remake. This is leading up to Remake. Part of the content, the marketing machine in Japan for Remake. Did it come out November 7th? November 7th, motherfucker. It's really good. It's actually really good. The black disc, right?
それ出しっぱなしだった？おお、ごめん。それって昨日懐かしくてさ。あ、やってたの？まさかだってプレステないじゃんうち。あ、そっか。あれ？待って、スマホがない。やばい。
What do we have? We don't even have a PlayStation. Which from like a marketing perspective is like so true in Japan. Like a lot of people don't have PlayStations anymore. It's a very Switch heavy culture, a lot of mobile. Like that's one thing they've struggled with, PlayStation struggled with in Japan. And as a knock-on effect, that also hurts Final Fantasy VII.
え？お前 FF7 やったことないの？はい。マジか。
Like it's funny because like Final Fantasy is so prevalent in Japan as an IP. Like I had a friend who went to Japan recently and they were showing me all the pictures of like in stores, seeing like Final Fantasy characters and stuff like that. Like you will see Final Fantasy stuff in Japan way more than you'd find it in the US, but like it's not like highly available like FF7 Remake. That's why the Switch push is so important and so big.
いやまあいるか世代かな
あでも10はやりましょ
ういやいやもちろん10は名作だよけど俺にとって7はこう特別なもんなんだよいや懐かしいなナイツ・オブ・ラウンドとかいやめちゃくちゃナイツなんとか
This is us, chat. We're this guy. We're this fucking guy. That's life now. The oppressive march of time has turned us into this guy.
あるんだよそういうのがめちゃくちゃ大変なんだよ撮るのが
撮るの
ああ今度撮り方教えてやるよ
いやいいです興味ないんで
Not interested. Fucking. Oh, he quoted Cloud. Didn't even know it.
体験版トバルのねあったあったいやー待ち遠しかったな
It is so nostalgic
2年前か
for the gaming boomers among
見られま
us.
した見たもちろんでもさアクションゲームになっちゃうのセブンはアクティブタイムバトルじゃないとダメでしょそれがアクション苦手な人にも優しいモードとかちゃんと用意されてるらしいんですよああそうでもストーリーは同じなの例のほらエアリスとかさどうなんですかね気になるね
How will that turn out?
まあでもストーリーは
They're talking about the old game. Talking about the old game.
どうしたんそんなの見て
Ungslop is
あと
us.
さ、会社で FF7 の話になって、部長と植木さんがめ
I'm gonna miss conversations like this once it's all over. Yeah, it's bittersweet. It is.
ちゃくちゃ盛り上がったの。
好きなんだ
相当だ、あの感じ。
まあみん
They were
な
going
やって
nuts
たから
over it.
ね
She's beige, she knows. SubTXT. Someone did some research myself recently, reading all the Shinar Arch translations of the interviews, of some Indian stuff. What they're mostly saying is they can make changes or add compilation into the remake as long as the elements tie back into the OG story and feel like the OG, not a jarring separate side story. But Nomura does want this game to have a conclusion with closure, and that is an all-in-one story without ever touching the compilation material. Yeah, I agree. Like, I've talked about how the potential ending could look a lot like the original ending. Red 13, you know, the looking at Midgar, but like the way Midgar looks could be different. We may also get like some sort of conclusion with all the characters that clearly hints that Advent Children is not just going to happen after, or I don't know. We'll see.
カナも好きなの FF7。
I want to get to this too, but I agree. Like, it could still feel like the original without being exactly the original, right? It can offer resolution that the OG never did. Like, the OG reached a point of seemingly some resolution, actually, right? Like, the meteor's defeated, you move on, humanity lives on. That's actually what it was supposed to try. It was trying to say that it didn't animate the smoke in Midgar. Like, literally, there's Nojima, the writer of the story, did an interview. It was in my video where he mentioned, like, the intention is very simple. Humanity moved on. They lived on. You fucking hear children laughing in the end. Like, the intention is, like, life lives on. They move past Mako. All is good, right? And they took that resolution and they effectively stripped it away with Advent Children. And then Dirge, they just continued the conflict, and then it continues on, right? So it sort of like took the resolution away. Like, when I reached the end of the original, it didn't tell us, oh, Cloud did this, and Tifa did this, and Barrett did this. Like, it didn't like give us a neat conclusion to all of the characters, but it felt like a conclusion. Like, I wasn't personally, I know some people weren't, but personally, I was like, okay, moved on. There's no more Mako. That's why Midgar is sort of overrun by nature. It felt like an ending. And then the compilation continued and the story continued, and some of that resolution was taken away. So I feel like I wasn't like feeling a need for Advent Children after the OG ended, but then they gave me that. And when they gave me that, they sort of opened plot threads again. Like, it's presumed Sephiroth is killed in Cloud's mind, right? Like, the final fight You fight Sephiroth in Cloud's head, and he disperses, right? Like he evaporates, seemingly. That's it. Now he's finally done. That is the implication of that final Sephiroth fight. You fight him in several different forms, and then you fight him in his rawest form, and seemingly that's it. Finally, he's done. And then Advent Children comes around, and it's like, no, he's not done. And so I think they're trying to get us to a similar point of resolution at the end of part 3 that at least I felt in 97, where it was like, well, I played in like 98, I think I played, but it was like, it felt like it was over, right? We need that same feeling. We need to feel like it's over at the end of all this. So. I agree, Cha. They can't like wait for the final chapter again. Back to this. This is really fun. Let's try to lock back in, but.
好きっていうかね。
Oh, hold on. What they did with the emotions? What happened?
まあみんなやってたから。
Okay, so.
好きなんだ。
相当だ、あの感じ。
まあみんなやってたからね。
何？カナも好きなの FF7。
Member berries. I remember.
カナちゃん。
あ、何？
FF7。
ああ、そう。うん。まあ。
This is really well shot
っていう
too.
かね。兄が大好きなゲームだった。私はそれを隣でずっと見ていて、見ているだけでも面白くて。なんだか
Even just watching was interesting. I know a lot of people like that.
兄は今どうしてるだろう。
Yeah, I don't know if anybody has siblings. I'm just gonna be like, have a moment. But it's just like, there's such a purity. I mean, I know there are people who don't have great relationships with their siblings, sadly. I do. I still have a very good relationship with my sister. But man, I miss those days. I miss those like childhood days, you know? You can never really recapture the purity of just being like young kids again, you know, like you and your sibling. Now you see them and they're adults also. You're both dealing with like adult stuff. There's just something to that time, you know? Like one of the purest memories possible for me, you know?
うん。お父さんのお葬式以来だからもう8年くらい会ってない。
そうなんだ。
うん、ほらうち家族関係微妙だからさ、なんか一回仲悪くなるとなかなかね。
何？どうしたの？喧嘩？
まあなんか。まあつまんない話だよ。
Meltzer, thank you so much for the
君
follow.
さ、ちょっとクラウドに似てない？ FF7 の主人公。クラウドに似てる気がする。まあなんか顔っていうか、ほら雰囲気がさ、検索してみて画像。
今？
今。
いいよ。
いいじゃん。
いいです。
なんでよ。
興味ない。
I played my sibling FF experience in a way is actually my uncle was essentially my older brother. So fun fact, my uncle became an uncle when he was 5 years old. My grandparents had him much later. I mean, they had my mom and my older uncle when they were like, I don't know, 17, maybe 20, is when they had my mom and my older uncle. And then like, I don't know, 13 years pass or something. And so they're in their 30s and they had my older uncle. And then my mom had my sister when my uncle was 5. So and then I was born when my uncle was like 9, so he was 9 years older than me. We were always fairly close in age, so he was more like an older brother for me. So he introduced me to FF7. I've talked about it before and mentioned it in my video. We like talked about FF7, but we never played it together. FF8 is one that we played together, where like I played it first, then I can't remember if he beat it the first time through already, or if I joined his playthrough, was my second playthrough. So I watched most of his playthrough. Sometimes I took control, sometimes he did. So yeah, that's my like gaming sibling sort of. My sister didn't really play games. We bought her video games, but she didn't really play them. Like I played her Little Mermaid Super Nintendo game more than she did. And I was the boss at that shit. You don't want to see me as Ariel, chat. Me as Ariel, I was fucking shit up.
何
そういうとこ。
どういうとこだよ。
Her laughing about it with Cloud, yeah.
Hi. これどうなってんの？あ、行きます行きます。はい。
Ah, the music, man. Oh, that's cool, Tyler. Big brother Yuki. Big brother Yuki. The big bro. Oh, that's cool, Kofi. Oh, I can just link the video here in chat also. I'll include YouTube. Cool.
ちゃんとコマンドでもできんだ。
He's like learning how to play the games, like wait mode versus active mode.
ばっか見てる。
なんか複数作になるらしいよリメイクは。
知ってる。
ってことはさ今回はナイツなんとか出ないのかな。
何ナイツなんとか。
Knights whatever.
撮るのさ大変だって。
Yeah, here we go. This is the scene. So obviously now he's more invested. He's interested in the new game. He's interested in remake, and he's talking about the remake project. But he hasn't, or I think he may have played the OG or he's thinking about playing it. I think he's still learning about it.
だってナイツオブなんとかのこのなんだっけナイ
This is a new generation here.
ちょっと待って。ラウンドだよ。ナイツオブってきたらラウンドだろうよ。すみません。
Knights of the goddamn round. He's so Sid coded. He's like, it's Knights of the goddamn round.
めんどくさいな。
Oh, I'm sorry, Meltzer, about your father passing away. Rebirth came out on his birthday. Oh my god, really? Wow. Yeah. Yeah, my uncle, the one who introduced me to it, also passed away in like 2012. So he never saw the announcement. We always talked about a remake. We both wanted FF7 Remake since like seeing FF10. And then, you know, when PS3 thing dropped, I think he was around for that. We talked about that a little bit. But then yeah, so he passed away. He was the one who introduced me to FF7, to Final Fantasy in general. And the 2015 came around. Damn, he was young. Yeah, I was 34 when he died. So when remake announcement came around, it was like, oh shit, it was such a bittersweet thing, you know, because it was like, I'm finally getting it. He will never, you know, get to play it, at least, you know, maybe he's around and he's like seeing it and observing it in some way. I don't know what is in the afterlife, if it's heaven, if you're even concerned with things like a video game when you're in heaven. But yeah.
うわー懐かしいこの攻略もうちにあった。うん。
FF7 解体新書ザ・コンプリート 累計発行部数約170万部、私のバイブルです。170万部？攻略本がですか？日本。
1.7 million copies for a strategy guide? It's proof Japan was captivated by FF7. Hey, what's up, Circus Hammer? I was telling everyone about Shinra Arch on Blue Sky, and that they got it. You guys are not going back.
夢中になった証拠です。っていうかあなた、FF7 をやったことない派ですか？ない派というか、ですか？
Oh, wait, sorry. I was like slightly looking at chat.
あなた、FF7 をやったことない派ですか？
You haven't played FF7?
ない派というか、はい。
I haven't.
あなたは？
私はやってますっていうか見てました？
記憶に残ってるシーンは？
女装イベント
？Cross-dressing scene?
あとやっぱ
100 points for you.
エリスが
ストップそれは言ってはダメだ。
エリス知ってるよ。
そう
ネットで見たらね、いろいろ書いてた。
セフィ
もうちょっと君たちは何をしてしまったんだよ。
It's a little sus, right? Granted, she still dies in Rebirth. As far as we know, she is dead. But it's just interesting to me. I'm not even saying that she's going to come back. I really don't think Aerith is going to be like alive at the end of part 3. But he's encountered this person in this bar who has never played the OG FF7. He doesn't think he knows about Aerith's death. And so he's like, I don't know, don't spoil it. And the guy's like, oh yeah, I already know. I know about Aerith dying. I read that online. Because everybody knows about Aerith dying, right? He's like, oh my god, what have you guys done? It seems like there's a different route you could take. I saw it mentioned online. That's like the revive Aerith thing in like the forums that people have talked about. Like people were spreading a way to maybe bring her back. And she's like, oh no, it's just like internet. Let me say this clearly. This is absolutely no scene like that. He's saying it's not possible, right? Like you can't actually bring her back. There is no alternate route, right? I thought there was a scene like that. But you know what? This is where it gets so fucking sus, chat. This is where it gets so fucking sus. Square Enix, you knew what you were doing with this. The most important thing is what is to come. What I was just talking about earlier was the 1997 original version of FF7.
1997年のオリジナルについて。しかし、
However,
これから我々の元には
what's coming to us right now
2020年の FF7
is the 2020 version of
2020年
FF7.
の FF7 である FF7 である
2020 version.
過去は変わっているのか
Do I even need to say anything about this line of dialogue? Now, granted, again, she fucking died. At the end of Rebirth, she died. So the 2024 version confirms she died. But what the hell is this video?
いや、変わっていないのか
結局 FF7 って何がそんなにすごかったんですか
22年前
22 years ago.
あの FF7 でテレビゲームの世界が変わったんだ
Now just immersed in nostalgia.
本当なんだよミッドガルの風景が召喚獣の興奮が仲間たちとの思い出があの物語が 20年経っても体に残ってる。それまでのゲームが全部古くなった。その瞬間をみんなが体験したんだ。そんなの忘れらんないだろう。その体験がまたやってくる。世界中の人々が待ち望んでる。私も君たちも。
なんかいろいろ調べてみたらとんでもない数の人たちが FF7 好きなの分かって、みんなこのゲームの話してる時に本当に楽しそうで、ちょっと羨ましいですよ。
新たにやってくる FF7
With this new FF7 coming,
やったことない派の君と
you who have
やっ
never
たことあ
played
る
it,
派の私では
and I who have played it,
きっと
will surely
違ったものが見えるだろう。
have a different kind of experience with it. But in
君
a
が
way,
羨ましくなるよ。
I might become jealous of you. Fuck, that's actually pretty prescient. To some extent, I am a little bit jealous of, like, the people who've only experienced Remake. I'm sorry for pausing the music. But there's a little bit of that. Like, the people who are just discovering everything, like a Jess Capricorn, which I've talked about, where she played the Remake and then the OG, or like a Cataclysm, which has a really good playthrough, where she played only the remakes. She hasn't played the OG. Oh no. Did it die? Dang, there it goes. Did I F? Or okay, maybe not. But like there is like you know, it's like, man, I've seen them experience these like new feelings, right? Or like a Jess who like went back and played the original and seeing her re-experience that for the first time. There's like a little bit of jealousy, you know, there's like a little bit of like, oh man, they get that feeling again, you know. We're still getting some of that though, for sure, you know, which is why we're still talking about it 2 years after it came out, right? We're still talking about it. But
もし体験したらこの約束の地でユニをしよう。
it's such a good video and funny. Like what? It's reunion. What is this goofy Disney shit? Get this off my screen.
Ah, 遅れる。
かな。今日さ、PS4 買ってこようと思うんだけど。
マジ？
FF7 のリメイク一緒にやろうよ。
It's so dramatic, yeah. It's like he's making a decision like, we should move in together.
何年か経ったら今度はみんなみたいにカナとも話せる。
I mean, they kind of are already living together.
でもまだ出てないけどね、リメイク。もうちょい先だから。行こう。
We should buy a house and play FF7 Remake.
今だと思った。
Let's raise our children as Final Fantasy VII fans. Okay? Yeah, Kafka. Same. Big brother reached back. Or reached out, actually. She didn't actually text him first. Rainbow?
結局どうなるんですかね、リメイクは。
The end, I wonder how the remake will end up.
どうなるんですかね、リメイク。
I wonder how remake will end up.
どうなるかな。
I wonder how.
ね、どうなるんだろうね、リメイク。
早く来いリメイク
Like, you could take that, sorry for pausing the music again, I'll rewind to take in the music again, but you could take that as like, I wonder how it'll end up, will it be good? You know, will the quality be good? But clearly, they've been hinting at how will it turn out, story-wise? I wonder how Remake will end up. You could say, how will the quality end up? But I think it's more of how will it end up, you know?
結局どうなるんですかねリメイクはどうなるんですかねリメイク
どうなるかな
ねどうなるんだろうねリメイク
早く来いリメイク
That's really cool, Fat Music. Yeah, I agree, Kofi. Yeah, you do get a lot of interesting takes from, like, new fans. Crazy. What a crazy video. What were we doing? We're watching Hamaguchi talk about Jesse. I don't know how we got there, but that is such is the way on my streams. It is 4:30?
My favorite character is Jesse.
でもジェシーもね、本当にリメイクで非常にこう多くの新しいファンの方が。
I also love Jesse. I'm not gonna lie. I may have crushed on Jesse more than Tifa or Aerith. I've mentioned this before. It's not a surprise.
がこう生まれたというか、ファンの方になってくれた人が
I'm a sucker for the playful
本当にジェシ
flirtation.
ーも素晴らしいキャラクターだと私も思っています。
I'm going to move on to the next question. I think in one of the interviews that you have earlier this year, you mentioned that remaking Final Fantasy VI would be your dream project. Are there any particular elements from that title that stand out to you and have influenced your work on the Final Fantasy VII Remake projects?
どうなんでしょうね。まあ今回やっぱりこうファイナルファンタジー、まあ私も私自身その子供の頃。
This is another question that people took to like the way he answers it. Cyrus confirmed, yeah. Apparently that guy was crazy from what I heard. Holy shit. But this question, so he asked about FF6, and then he talks about the OG and like it's taken to the original script. That's where people are like, oh, see, it's just the OG.
I'm going to move on to the next question. I think in one of the interviews that you have earlier this year, you mentioned that remaking Final Fantasy VI would be your dream project. Are there any particular elements from that title that stand out to you and have influenced your work on the Final Fantasy VII
the approach to remake?
どうなんでしょうね。まあ今回やっぱりこうファイナルファンタジー、まあ私も私自身。
So because I played the original Final Fantasy VII as a kid, it was sort of one of the roots of me as a gamer.
このまあファイナルファンタジー6だったり、まあ7ってやっぱり非常にこう憧れて、それでやっぱり
Now as a game creator making titles, you can sort of see how that comes through in the work I produce.
こうオリジンの中にある作品であることはまず間違いないと思っています。ただまあやっぱり今回
So this time, in terms of producing the Final Fantasy VII Remake series,
リメイクシリーズなので、そのやっぱり
obviously, the origin of the story is predetermined in terms of remaking the original Final Fantasy VII. So because of that, we have to be faithful to the original Final Fantasy VII while also adding in new parts to bring out the best of the original into this new title. So in that respect, because we were keeping to the Final Fantasy VII script, there was really no conscious incorporation of Final Fantasy VI themes or special bits into the new series. So again, he's talking about the question. The question was the influence of 6 on Remake. And so you could read this line, keeping to the Final Fantasy VII script, right? You could read that in isolation and be like, so he's saying it's the original, right? And I saw people say that on Twitter this week. Which is fine. In fact, they've said that in even more ways, in even more interviews, right? So there is like grounds for that. I do think there's something interesting to this line also. Obviously, the origin of the story is predetermined in terms of remaking the original Final Fantasy VII, right? It's saying like the origin of the story is predetermined. Like, what we pull from is the OG FF7. And so he's saying like FF6 can't really have an influence on that. You know, so you could take this as like him confirming it's going to stay the same, but I think it's really just confirming that it's FF6 didn't really influence this project. But there's another question that talks about it even more in a little bit.
オリジンはこうどこかっていうところでやっていたので、あまりファイナルファンタジー、6の方から何かこう要素っていうようなクリエイティブは
he kept getting,
あまりしてこなかったなと自
about
分の中では記憶
6
していま
remake
す。
too.
あとはそうですね、よくファイナルファンタジ
I've received a lot of
ー
voices from
こう
fans to make an
6の
FF6
リメイクを
remake.
また私に手掛けてほしいってこうよく
He's like, bro, I am
言われます
tired.
が、まあ、この今ちょうどファイナルファンタジー7のリメイクシリーズがね、もう私これ
Working on
か
this
れ
for
これ10
10
年以上
years.
このタイトルに関わってこう
10 years.
ようやく今終わりがこう見えてきているこうなんかそこからさらにまた膨大な時間でこう
He's
リ
like,
メイク作品を
no.
こう私がやるよりはもし誰かねこうそういう新しいこうクリエイターがいたら私はその人を
I would cheer them on, but
応
I'm
援する
not.
方に回りたいなという気持ちの
I
方
need
が
to do something
今は
else, bro.
I find it very interesting that
Which, I mean, maybe it's selfish of me because I'm an FF7 fan. Like, FF7 is my favorite Final Fantasy. But I just want new Final Fantasy at this point after this. You know, like, I would love to see some of them remade. I would actually like to see 8 remade. Just out of curiosity of like how, like, of all of those games, that one might benefit the most from a remake in terms of like communicating what they were trying to communicate. It's kind of a complex sort of like story. So I would be intrigued by seeing like an 8 and how they did an 8. Like a 10 is amazing as it is, right? Like 9 is pretty amazing as it is. 8 will never get the love. It will never, because it didn't sell, or it's not as popular, right? Like it's not as beloved. So there's no chance in that happening. 6 I would be curious about. I want to play the original 6 first. I played about 30% of it. I got past the opera, but I was waiting for the pixel remasters because I was playing on a SNES Mini. Long story short, I've got to get to it. I do have the pixel remaster, I just haven't played it. Because I was like, do I play that on stream? Do I make content on it? You know, it could just be something I play tonight on my own time. Maybe I just should do something like that with 6. But yeah, 6, I've always been interested in. Either way, there's a lot of Final Fantasies you could potentially remake. But man, I just think we need some new stories, right? Like I said, maybe it's selfish of me because I'm satisfied because I got my favorite one remade. But it's just a lot of time to remake these things. I would co-sign on a remake that is not the same scale, you know, like a 9 remake that is one single game and keeps the same like art style and vibe, you know, a 6 remake that just updates it graphically, you know, similar to some of the other like 2D remakes that they've made. Totally down for that. But another remake like this, I just don't see it.
A lot of game creators, at least in Square Enix, their favorite
FF13 they can report remaster. They can take, isn't the PC version basically a remaster? Can't they just like find some way to release that on modern things? Sure.
FF6.
でも結構最近こうなんだろう、まあ、当然その会社もどんどんこう成長していきます人もこう新たに。
I know people weren't a fan of the look of it at first, but actually playing through it, I think it's really good.
変わってきますけど、こう最近でこう若い子とかだと
the quality of life stuff, like gameplay wise, Tactics rips, and it did well. I think it won best RPG also, or not RPG, but best strategy at Game Awards too. The voice acting was incredible. The voice acting was so good in Tactics.
こう13が子供の頃に好きでしたっていう方とかもやっぱこう社内にいたりするので、まあそれもまたこの時代の流れだなっていうふうに思ったりもします。
Okay, that's interesting.
And so like this one also did the rounds. This answer about FF13, he's like, because he asked about, oh, I found it interesting. A lot of people at Square are really into like FF6, their favorite. this has been clarified by others. I think even Max may have talked about it, but like basically in the Japanese, you can feel it in the vibe of the response. But he basically is saying like, yeah, FF6 was, you know, a big game for a lot of devs at Square back in the day, but these days, a lot of kids coming in that are like, FF13 is my favorite. So it makes me feel old. Basically, you're just talking about like feeling old and the passing of time. Doesn't mean that like the majority of the all Square Enix staff are like diehard 13 fans. They're just going to recreate that game forever.
Because my first FF7.
I haven't played 13, so I can't talk about whether being a fan of it is a good thing or not. I haven't played it.
You know, remaking such an iconic game at this scale and having to split into 3 parts must have been quite a challenge, especially during the conceptual stage. Can you tell us like some of the most important lessons you have learned over all these years as a director, and whether you think it's possible for Square Enix to be willing to do something similar for another project in the future, or do you think that it's unrealistic?
まず、最後の質問からちょっと答えると、多分まあスクエアエニックスもそうですけど、まあ、仮にこう他の会社ゲームデベロッパーとして見た時にも、まあ、これだけのこう、まあ、過去に非常にこうファンベースがこうあるようなタイトルを、まあ、それこそちょっと一つ前の質問にもつながりますが、まあ、10年以上かけてものづくりをしていくっていうことはやっぱりなかなか会社的なこう決断もありますし、非常にこうなんだろうな、こう簡単に進めれる話でもないので、まあ、スクエアエニックスに限らずなかなかこの先この規模のこういうものが世の中に生まれてくるっていうのは、まあ、なかなかこうタイミングが合わないと難しいんじゃないかなっていうふうには思います。まあ、そういう意味でちょうど今この我々それだけのその非常にこうまあ、恵まれたというか、そのいろんなタイミングがあって今この「ファイナルファンタジー7リメイク」シリーズっていうのを今3部作でこの規模でこう開発ができて、ちょうど今そのこう終わりが徐々に見えてきているっていう時点で、その作品をより本当に多くの人々に届けたいし楽しんでもらいたいなっていう気持ちが一段と今私自身は強くなっています。僕はその、まあ、このリメイクプロジェクトをやって、まあ、そこで得た教訓っていうところで言うと、まああくまでは
I found this part of the answer very interesting. It's very long and circuitous. Let me actually bring up something on the side to talk about after. But I asked one of my friends who speaks Japanese to give me the lowdown on this answer because it was so long. I'll let it play. And then we'll talk about it.
こう私がこのリメイク作品を手掛けながら感じたことであって、
So there's a lot of remakes in the
リメイク
market.
作品っていうのがあるので、まあ、何がこう一つの答えかっていうところは、
It's very difficult to say what makes a
何か私が定
remake
義するものでは
project,
ないとは思うんです
like
け
what
ど、
makes it
ただまあ
good,
私自身やってやっ
what
ぱ
makes
り
a good
思う
remake,
のは、
what makes
よ
a
りやっぱり
successful
こう大
one.
きな
But what I can say is that when we're making a title with such a large
ファン
existing
ベース
fan
があるよう
base,
なこうタイトルをリメイクする上で、
one of the decisions you
やっ
have
ぱ
to
り何
make
かこうじゃあキャラクターとか
is
世
do we
界観だ
use
け
the
を使っ
existing
て全
characters
く違う
as
ストー
well
リ
as
ー
the
とかストー
setting
リー
in
ラ
the
インを
original
こう
story
描くっていうこと
to do a completely new story? Or if we do that, like how are we going to
は
convince
やっぱりこうファンベースの方々に
the
対し
existing
て
fan
何か
base
その
that
納
this is
得
a
性
good
とか
direction
説
to
明が
take?
強くこうルール付け
So
ら
it's
れない
very
と
difficult in that
受
sense
け入れられるのが
when
難しい
you're
だろうなっていう感
negotiating,
覚は
right? Like the original
持っています。な
pieces
ので
as
今
well as
回
the
の
new
リメイク
things
作
you
品
want
も
to
やっぱり
make
こう我
in
々
the
が
remake,
こう
but in
再
that
創作するとして
process,
もやっぱそこの再創作するためのこう要素というか
you
こ
sort of
う
have to
ポリシー
find what made the
こ
original
うは
good
必
and
ず
what
や
could
っぱ
be
原
added
作の要
on.
素からこう広げてあげる。まあ、原作だともしかしたら表現しきれなかった部分を今回さらにもっと広げてあげるとか、もしくはそこの要素を使って
To make it
なん
even
か原作
better,
では
and that's sort of like
表してなかっ
an
たものを
accumulation of
新規で表して
things.
あげるみたいな、なんかそういうその積み重ね
Hey, what's
が
up,
やっぱり
Nazi?
こう原
Make it even
作
better.
を
What we've
がすご
learned
くこ
is
う
that
愛
what
して
makes
く
a
れてる
successful
ファンの
good
方々
remake,
にやっぱ
even
納
as
得
an
感が届く
entertainment,
し、またそ
right,
の
as a game,
そのエンターテインメントとしてすごくこう
at
喜
the end of
ば
the
れ
day
るような
is
要素っていうものを
what can we do
よ
to
り
make
今の
players
時代に
happy?
カルチャライズしてあげることで、やっぱり今の若い人世
And we
代に
feel
もやっぱ
through this
届きます
process
の
of
で、
realizing its
ぜひ今
accumulation
回
of
の
these
この
small
リメイク作
things
品っていうのがより本当に多くのこ
coming to be one big package. We've managed to bring it to life. To bring our vision of what makes a good thing makes a life. So that's sort of the lesson they learned. So long answer. I haven't seen a lot of people talk about this. Even Max didn't really linger on this. He was kind of distracted by chat at the moment. But I think it's so interesting that he says that they had this internal conversation, right? When we're making a title with such a large existing fan base, one of the decisions you have to make is, do we use the existing characters as well as the settings in the original story and do a completely new story? Or if we do that, like, how are we going to convince the existing fan base that this is a good direction to take? This just shows so much of the conversation. We also know Katase was pushing to change stuff. Yeah. This is not a normal remake conversation, right? When you're remaking a game, I don't think the number one thing that comes to most people's heads is like, so we're remaking this thing. Do we take the characters and the setting and do something new? You're remaking it. What are we talking about here? Right? So the fact that this is even part of the conversation, and we know Katase pushed for change. Conversation seems part of the whole thing, right? Like, it just shows so much of the internal conversations that they've had that it's like, seemingly, at the very least, some people like Katase wanted to push to add new stuff or make a completely new story. And maybe that's a mistranslation. I don't have the direct translation of this, but it's just interesting that he asked this question and we get a almost 4-minute long response where he talks about creating a new story. Will people buy that story? People are really bought into this. How do we make it make sense for them? How do we convince them it's a good direction to take? What are we talking about? For a remake? That's not usually what I would imagine creators are talking about when it comes to a remake. Hence, it is something that's very specific to this project because there's an element of that going on in this project. And I think he's saying, negotiating all this, like, how do we remake this? You sort of have to like look at what the original did, what could be added. And then he sort of says, like, it's an accumulation of things, right? Like, it has to add up. It has to make sense. You can't just take the original characters and the original settings and do something new. You have to earn that, right? You have to earn the right to change it. Essentially what he's saying is you have to earn the right to change it. That was my take on this answer. So I asked a friend of mine who speaks Japanese. I don't know if they want to be credited or not. So I just asked them like about this, and they said, I guess to summarize it, he's saying if you're doing a remake, because I was like, okay, there could be mistranslation here, right? Because like this is such a long response. Even the subtitles are weird at a couple points. Like he says, like this wording is a little clunky to me. Like what we've learned is that what makes a successful good remake, even as an entertainment, right, as a game, like there's clunky stuff in the subtitles. So I was like, all right, let me get the perspective of somebody who speaks Japanese. Thankfully, this video has the base Japanese, so we could just hear it and then give me his take. So this is what he said. I guess to summarize it, he's saying if you're doing a remake and you just take the characters and world of the original but tell a totally different story, it's going to be really hard to sell that to a fan base as big and passionate as FF7's. You need to have a convincing approach and ground rules if you want to make it land. And so for remake, although it's a ground up recreation, a guiding principle is to go back to the OG and identify the elements that made it work and expand on those, identify what they were limited in depicting and expand on that. And so if you use those elements and depict things that weren't shown in the OG in a fresh way, you can sort of build those up into something that fans who love the original will be pleased with, and also at the same time adapt them to modern day culture and package them as something entertaining for the younger generation as well. And that's something he thinks the remake has been able to do really well, reaching and resonating with more fans over the world with those depictions. So in other words, nothing he hasn't said before. But so that was, not a direct translation, but that was like the summary. that my friend gave me. It makes a whole lot more sense than what we just read in the subtitles. And it sort of is exactly like my friend said. Like, it's sort of nothing we haven't heard before. Hey, what's up, Jake Lloyd? Very restorative break, yeah. So it's something we haven't heard from them before, right? It's like, if anything, the newer thing is the fact that it's like them apparently having some conversation about creating like a completely new story with the same characters. That is something I don't think we've ever heard them talk about. We've heard Katase want to change things and then them rein him back a bit. But we haven't really heard that same sort of thing. But in the end, he basically says, like, it's taking the things that we couldn't depict and it's refreshing them and making it sort of like newer and more palatable for younger generation. He's not saying anything about like changing things, but early in the answer he did. So, but in the end, he just says, we add stuff, we remix a couple things, you know, we do it in a way that like still pleases the original fan, etc. Sort of the same thing they've been saying for years now, but yeah. He also referring to gameplay things. That's things too. That's a big part of change. Yeah, that's true. They need a new direction, like from software, DS1, DS2, DS3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Elden Ring, same genre, different world, mechanics and stories. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it a lot before. They carry the Final Fantasy for a long They've carried the name Final Fantasy for a long time. They need a new title to carry the new generation. I don't think it's about a new generation. I think what they need is a reboot. I think they still need the Final Fantasy name, but I think they need a God of War 2018 reset. And hopefully it doesn't go as poorly as the Mortal Kombat 1 reset, which I'm not an MK fan, but from what I've heard, the whole MK1 thing, people aren't a fan of that game. But I kind of think they need a reset because I've run into it too in my personal life where I've mentioned FF7, I mentioned FF16 and 17. People are so confused by the numbering and it sounds ridiculous. Like people should just get over it, but we're just seeing it manifest in the sales too, right? They're like, people just don't kind of get it. And maybe people are getting dumber. Maybe it's an idiocracy thing because I saw this like YouTube video that was like, it was like advice for like YouTubers on like what to do. And like, apparently one of the metas now is not to just do playthroughs where you do it like a traditional series and you say like, let's say FF7 Remake Part 1, and you put the big 1 in the corner. And then you do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, stuff like that. Apparently, like, there's a lot of creators have found a challenge getting people to stick to that format. So you'll see a lot of times playthroughs now have like some kind of, you know, hook in the title. You know, it's like, I can't believe this happened. And then it's like, sometimes they still have the number, sometimes they don't. This is like boring consecration stuff. That's not even the type of content that I do, but like it comes up in my algorithm. I'm like, oh, that's kind of interesting. But you look at like something like Resident Evil. Resident Evil also is kind of limited the numbers in some way. They've like cleverly like hidden them. It's like Resident Evil Village and the 8 is like within the village, or like Resident Evil Requiem and like the 9 is built into the queue, right? Like, so people can call it RE9 or they can call it RE Requiem. I don't know. There's just something to naming that's become very tricky with series. A lot of sequels are just struggling in some ways. So I don't know. It wouldn't hurt if they just reset, because 17 is kind of a crazy number. Like, I know we're all fans, so we've all been along for the ride, but imagine, you know, imagine it's like Onimusha 17, right? And it's like, the new Onimusha looks kind of cool. You want to play 17? Do I need to play, like, when you remove yourself from understanding how this franchise works, like, just on the face of it, 17 sounds crazy. 18 sounds crazy. 20 sounds crazy. Like, those are kind of crazy series numbers, right? I don't know. I mean, I know it sort of breaks a tradition, and maybe it's sacrilege to say. At one point, even a couple years ago, I was like, no, you can't lose the numbers. It's part of the identity. But I know that because I said that because literally, like, Yoshi P and other developers have talked about it. Like, man, these numbers are like such a like bane of our existence in some ways. And I think it's stupid. I've run into it in my personal life where I mention 7 and they're like, people get confused. They're like, wait, didn't 16 come out? Like normal people. Not that we're not normal, but like everyday gamers, like a little more casual, not as into it as we are. Like, they just do get confused by it. So yeah, subtitles approach, maybe that's the way to go. I don't like Requiem and Village and all that. In some ways, I find that more confusing, you know, but maybe there's a path that way, you know. If I was going through a very unique situation. Yeah, how many game series have a number 16 and the next one being a number 17? I can't think of almost any. Dragon Quest is like up to 12, so the next one would theoretically be 13. Assassin's Creed just don't really have numbers anymore. GTA is only up to 6. It did a reset like a dragon. Yeah, Yakuza did a bit of a reset, huh? Yeah, Call of Duty, interestingly, now has numbers attached sub-series, right? It's like Call of Duty, Black Ops 6, Black Ops 7, Modern Warfare 2. Like, they have like individual sub-series within the main franchise. FIFA 18, 19. But those are years, you know? But yeah. I haven't, AC had a reset. I read Assassin's Creed is Advent Children. DQ12 isn't out, and if you got some mention for 2026, it's your fault. If it doesn't release. I'm sorry, Rollin. Like I said, I'm not a DQ guy, so. Capcom Revive Parasite Eve, I'm pre-ordering it, yeah.
すごくこう愛してくれてるようなファンの方々にやっぱ納得感があって届くし、またそのエンターテインメントとしてすごくこう喜ばれるような要素。
God, the problem with the Star Wars approach is like blank a Star Wars story kind of sucks. Like the actual stories are not great.
っていうものをより今の時代にカルチャライズして。
Infinite Wealth has the Infinity placed as the 8th entry of the Yakuza Like a Dragon franchise. Interesting. I assume they have to be digging into like how all these other franchises are handling it, you know, like Yakuza, like Resident Evil. Yeah.
But
yeah, like when I hear Yakuza Infinite Wealth, I don't think of 8, you know.
世代にもやっぱ届きますので、そういう意味で今回のこのリメイク作品っていうのがより本当に多くの。
I guess the Trails of Games are unique because they're more like arcs with the series and being official numbers. I think that troubles the Tales of Games. Like, where do I start? What's the first one? Yeah.
こう世界の方々にこう届いてその喜ばれてるっていうのはやっぱそこ。
Like I can't even recall the confusion that happened, but I was literally talking to one of my friends, someone who came into chat one time and dropped like 50 subs. And we're chatting and he was talking about like FF7. He was asking me about it. And I can't even recall the confusion that he had, but hearing the questions that he asked, I was like, oh yeah, that is kind of confusing, right? Did we talk about it? Was that a message that we had on Discord or was that, or did we just text? Can't remember. I can't remember. Oh yeah. Let's see if he mentions it here. Sorry, I'm doing this live, just seeing if it came up. Oh no, it wasn't here. We must have been just like chatting or texting or something when it came up. But he asked me questions and I was like, oh, those are good questions. Like, I don't really know how to answer it. It makes sense to me, but like, I understood why he was so confused. I think they should reboot with just Final Fantasy and then do the RE subtitle thing with the Roman numerals hidden inside. Yeah. These games seem to be doing okay with the numbers they are at 10. Yeah. I mean, it might depend on like what it is though, right? Like if you're so like, I don't know the Eves games, but like I know of them, like I've heard of them. They're so particular to their genre or maybe even their culture. Like it's a Japanese game, right? Like I wonder if it's like more of the even a cultural thing, you know, like maybe Japan follows that stuff better. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I know whatever it is for FF isn't really working. And it's not just the titles, to be fair. It is like stuff like 15 getting super hyped, selling like crazy, people being disappointed in it, especially at the initial launch. That soured the franchise a bit. It's a complex problem. Yeah. But I think everyone, even Square Enix themselves, are trying to find what is sort of the most effective fix, you know?
うまくこう表現できたんじゃないかなっていう。
I mean, 13, I mean, I'll say it, you know, I mentioned it before, but like, I was already down on Final Fantasy when 13 came out and was announced. Like I was starting to pull back on the franchise a bit. I didn't like 12 a lot. 11 threw me off because it was like an MMO. I don't play MMOs. 12, I fell off of it. And then I was playing games a little bit less anyway, and there were more story games to grab my attention outside of Final Fantasy, because that's what drew me to Final Fantasy was story. So there was like a sect of like story gamers that I was a part of that played Final Fantasy as a byproduct of it being a really good story versus being a JRPG or being another Square Enix game or another Final Fantasy game. Like I fell in love with the franchise because of story, and then the competitive set for like other story-based games exploded, right? So it wasn't really just Final Fantasy or Metal Gear. It was suddenly there's so many story-based games that I could play. And so I started to pull back from Final Fantasy only because there were so many other games to play. And then 13 got announced, and then it was confusing to me because like then they announced Versus 13, and I'm like, what in the world is a Versus 13? Why would it be versus the number in the franchise? Man, I feel like Final Fantasy is losing it. Like they're losing their way. And so I personally ignored 13 because it sort of like confused me and it threw me off. And then I saw some reviews and I heard it wasn't that great. And I was like, okay, maybe maybe Final Fantasy is not for me anymore. 15 came around, hype got me. I was pulled into it. And then an hour in, I'm at a gas station fighting Wolverines or whatever. And granted, that happens in a lot of RPGs, that there's like some menial enemy that you fight early on. But I was just like, what am I doing? I'm not that interested. Damn it, they got me again. Final Fantasy may not be for me. Cut to 2020, got Remake, that got me back into Final Fantasy. I finally played 15 proper after playing Remake, because then I had the Final Fantasy bug in me again. Played 15, really, I enjoyed it for what it was. It had its flaws. I didn't love it, but I have fond memories of 15. So much of the story happens off camera that bothers me. Some things felt rushed. The big like emotional moment of a certain death didn't hit me emotionally because I didn't know the person that died very well as a character. But somehow, some way, I reached the end of that game and I was like, I felt something. And then like when I think back on it, I think pretty fondly on it. It's, you use magic as grenades. It has area effect that hurts your party members. Like, there's a lot of things in 15 I'm not a fan of. But man, it was kind of a good time. Like in the long run, it was kind of a good time. So I don't know. That's my personal history with it. So it's a complex problem for sure.
ところは実感しています。
That's a fantastic answer. Must not be
I do plan to give 13 a shot, just out of curiosity. But
easy to make all this.
I thought I had purchased it on like a Steam sale. I could have swore I did. And I was looking through my library the other day and I was like, oh, I don't have 13. Huh.
Decisions. Like your relationship with Claire Obscure Expedition 33 Death has turned out to be something many fans are really excited to see, especially after the special collaboration.
Also, Destroyer, what's
that
up?
you guys held in Paris. Can you share some of the most fascinating insights from your exchange?
I love this answer, by the way. Let's pay attention to this answer because I love this answer. So he's asking about the Claire Obscure Expedition relationship.
With them.
まあ本当にエクスペディション33のクリエイティブディレクターの業務とは彼が日本に来る時にはこう私の方からも会いますし、私がもうパリに行けばもう彼も会ってくるみたいな、非常にいい親密な関係を築かせていただいているので、そこは非常にこうありがたく思っています。で、結構彼と話しててこう面白い話があります。彼は近年のこう、彼もともと UBI からこうで働いてて、よりこう開発規模が大きくなる、開発のバジェットが大きくなる中、よりもっとこうコンパクトにこうよりクリエイティブで尖ったものを作りたいっていうところから、彼はやっぱり自分でこう独立して、他のエクスペディション33みたいなこう、ある意味 WA って彼は言ってましたけど、WA のゲームを作る選択をしたというのは多分インタビューでも語ってますし、そういう考えが彼の中にあります。で、比較的そういうこうインタビューをクリエイターがすると、結構こう世論こうファンの中で、じゃあゲームとは
This is interesting right here.
トリプル A ではなくて WA がこの先がいいんじゃないかとか、あと例えばエクスペディション33はJRPG をすごくリスペクトしてこうゲームが作られていて、それをターンベースでこうゲームを作っている中、世の中にアクションゲームはあるから、なんかアクションゲームなのかこうターンベースなのかみたいな、こうユーザーって比較的トリプル A なのか WA なのかターンベースなのかアクションなのか。
It's like you make a choice to get rid of the other, right? Like you get into this like comparison game, right? Like everything becomes so binary, right? Should games be AA, not AAA? Should things be turn-based, not action? Should things have a world map, not an open world, right? Like people turn these like differences in games into these like win or lose like binaries, like one or the other. And it's just, anyway, he talks about it more here, but it's like, and then a game like Expedition 33 comes out, and I've talked about this already many times, so I don't want to say it all over again. But it's like, okay, turn-based is the answer. See, it does sell. And actually, also, Persona 5 sold really well. So see, turn-based is really good. And you know what? Baldur's Gate 3 was turn-based too in its own, in a more traditional way, but it was also turn-based. So turn-based is really the answer. But like, what makes Expedition 33's turn-based so good are a lot of things that you don't typically find in a turn-based game. I found so many conversations among people where it's like, I usually don't like turn-based games, but Expedition 33 sucked me in. The parry system was so cool. So much of it was so good. It actually didn't even feel like other turn-based games I've tried. So genuinely, the thing that pulled people to Expedition 33 wasn't just that it was turn-based, like their specific execution of turn-based. Anyway. So it's not it's not a catch-all. It's not suddenly like, yes, that is that and not that. And he talks about that here.
一つに絞ってこれじゃなきゃダメなんだみたいな議論をすることが
You shouldn't make decisions like tossing out one for the other.
コミュニティの
and saying one is better than the other and giving an ultimatum.
がこう話すと我々の中だとゲームは当
So
然
when
多
I
様
really
性で
talk
多
where
様
like
的である
games are meant to be diverse.
何か一つの選択肢に集約するというよりは業務は当然
So rather than saying Clear Obscure or Final Fantasy, why not Clear Obscure and Final Fantasy?
その逆にこうアクションゲームも当然進化していくべきだし
Both action games and turn-based games should evolve for the better. Between the two of them, we were discussing this feeling is something we really need to get out to the fans. It's not either or, it's and. And they've tried to get this voice out into the public, whether it's through media or word of mouth. But they figured the best way they can do it isn't by talking. It's by doing and making these games so that people realize that no, it's not A or B. It's A and B. And that's the importance that people have that choice. Base as fuck. Completely agree. Completely agree that it's not just one or the other. I can love Expedition 33 and I can love Rebirth, and they give me unique experiences. I'm glad they're different experiences. I'm not just playing the same goddamn game all the time. I'm glad that part 3 is going to play differently than Rebirth. I'm glad Rebirth played differently than Remake. Like, yes, but not complete change, right? Because that's the other challenge that somebody said something in chat that made me think of. They were talking about like, they genuinely would have a great game if they just kept the Versus 13 or E3 2013 combat. Or that actually, I was thinking about it differently. But the other challenge that Final Fantasy has is that all the games play so differently that you can't even really identify what it is that you love about Final Fantasy. Everyone has different things that they love, you know? So it's like, you can't even like spot a Final Fantasy game very easily. Usually now it's like through character design. Versus back in the PS1 era, you got the little bar at the bottom, the combat sort of like ATB combat sort of like thing at the bottom that's pretty consistent across 7, 8, and 9. Visually a little bit different, like generally about the same, you know, characters, and they have the little bar and you know the enemy on the left side of the screen. Like you generally knew it was a Final Fantasy game. It was a kind of standard turn-based format, but you know, it's different from, it's different from like Star Ocean 2, you know, also had turn-based, but it looked different, you know, like I could look at a Final Fantasy game and know it's a Final Fantasy game. And you can't really do that as easily when you look at the combat of like 15 versus 13 versus 12 versus 7 Remake. Like they all look dramatically different versus 16, you know? That's another challenge that they have. You know, it's like they've built not just like in the earlier version or the earlier years, the golden years of FF7, people differed, I think, a little bit more on like the stories that they loved, even if there were like systems they preferred. I like the Material System versus more than Junction, whatever. But generally, it was still the same combat. But a lot of these newer games are just like different video games, you know, like and how they play. And so it's hard to say immediately that somebody who loved 12 will love 16, you know, even though they're in a similar world, sort of more medieval-ish kind of like world. Obviously 16 darker, more like the old Tactics Ivalice versus 12 Ivalice, but you know, it's different games, you know? It's a little bit harder to follow from one to the next, and have the same people poured over to the next one and love it as much, you know, because they're just different games. So yeah, I think you need some level of consistency, but yeah.
Sounds like you have a very interesting conversation. If you could choose one of Final Fantasy VII characters to travel to Malaysia, who do you think would enjoy it the most, and why?
まあやっぱり誰だろうな、ユフィですかね。まあ
I knew it.
まあ彼女自体やっぱウータイの出身でありますし、アジアの文化がある人間なので、まあ、そういう意味で、まあ、私もマレーシアとかに来るとまあ、マレーシアに限らず東南アジアとか来るとやっぱり自分の日本というアジアの文化と似てるところもありながらそこの違いを感じれるところもあるのでそういう意味で非常にやっぱり来て新鮮な気持ちをすごく常に感じれるのできっと私と同じような感覚でマレーシアも楽しんでもらえるんだろうなと思ったのでユーフィにします。
Is there any particular praise or feedback from fans that have left a strong impression on you as a creator since the release of Rebirth?
うん、そうですね。私自身はファイナルファンタジー7、のリバースは、本当に、自信を持って世の中に、届けた作品ですし、実際、やっぱ多くの、ファンの方
I didn't
の
notice the
方
steelbook.
に、非常に、高い評価をいただきましたし、未だに、やっぱり非常に、いいセールを続けているっていうこと、点に関して
The
は、
title continues to have good
ま
sales.
ず、
continues to have good sales. Good sales. I heard it was a flop. I heard nobody liked it. It was Disney slop that people hate and never bought. In fact, they probably got refunds. But I don't know. He's apparently saying like the first time we've heard like any reference on sales from anybody. But he was saying like continues to have good sales, and importantly, since continues to have good sales, I wish they were transparent as like how much this game is sold. You know.
点に関しては、まず作品としての成功っていうのをまず素直に嬉しく思っています。やっぱ今回のリバースはやっぱ原作のそのワールドマップをやっぱりどういうふうに表現してくるかっていうところはやっぱり一つユーザーの期待されていたところだと思うんですね。で、それをやっぱりなんか省略することなく、
Yeah, I mean, you have to scale up.
を広げて、ちゃんとファイナルファンタジー7の世界観がちゃんとユーザーにより深く伝わるようなやっぱ作り込みをやっぱしっかり作ることができたので、やっぱ結構多くのゲームファンの方々からその原作のファイナルファンタジー
I'm very curious if there's anything to this direct Japanese that I'm not catching or isn't caught as well in the subtitles. I wonder if he's hinting at all about like how world exploration will work, or if he's, because it sounds like he was just talking about Rebirth, but some of that could be taken as like, is he talking like part 3 world design at all? I don't know. Good meals, good sales means it's at least profitable. Yeah, I would think so. I would hope so. Pretty sure Rebirth broke even. However, it may not be what they expected, and who knows what was expected behind closed doors. Yeah.
7を超えた感動をいただけ
The only tricky thing on Switch is that it's releasing on Switch 2. Do you have any numbers on like how Switch 2 is sold in? Switch 2 sales. Total worldwide. Is there any number for this? 10 million, supposedly. Roughly 10 million as of September. So it's probably more than that after the holidays. But it's not this. 154 million. Like the number of Switch users, like base Switch users available is crazy. 154 million prospective buyers. But it'll be big. Yeah, Japanese sales are probably up considering Switch user. Yeah, I just wonder how many have purchased a Switch 2. Is still the question. Nice Guy Prince once brought up a good point where you said like when a console is newer though, you kind of want it may actually help you, like even if the total number of people is smaller, because like you're looking for like the thing that'll make the purchase worthwhile, you know, like, and if you upgrade it to a Switch 2, you want games that aren't just new, but also like take advantage of the hardware. So FF7 Remake is an amazing game to buy in order to take advantage of having the Switch 2. And even playing the demo, you could feel that. Playing the demo, you're like, oh man, this is amazing. This is on a Switch? This is crazy. So there might actually be the novelty of that in and of itself may get a lot of people on Switch 2 to pick it up, you know?
けたっていうふうなことを言ってくれることが多々あってですね、やっぱ一言には本当一クリエイターとして、本当この作品に関わって、この作品を世の中に送り出せてて、本当に嬉しいというか、本当に良かったっていうのを
Clearly, Hamaguchi, the haters that said they felt less emotion.
記憶として残っています。
Confirmation bias is crazy, Hamaguchi.
I really thank you for coming to Malaysia and also have this interview with us and spend your
Any
time
final
with us.
words,
The last one would be
Hamaguchi?
anything you want to say to Final Fantasy VII fans in Southeast Asia?
今回、初めてですね、マレーシアに来て、現地のファンのコミュニティの方々ともお話しさせていただいて、非常にこの地域でもこのファイナルファンタジー7というフランチャイズ、ファイナルファンタジー自体のフランチャイズも含めてかもしれませんが、非常に多くのファンの方々に愛されているということをまず実感できて、素直にそれをまず嬉しく感じております。今私はですね、このファイナルファンタジー7リメイクシリーズの3部作目の開発を。
Oh wow, Cha, really? He's talking to you then. He's literally talking to you.
間もなくですね、何かしら情報をお届けできるタイミングがやってくるかなとは思います。その中でインタビューの中でもありましたけど、本当にこれまでリメイクリバースとものづくりをしてきて、本当により多くの世界中のゲームファンの方、メディアの方々から本当に期待されている作品だと肌で感じております。なのでもしまだプレイされていない方がいたらですね、今我々Nintendo Switch 2や Xbox といったですね、マルチプラットフォームでファイナルファンタジー7の世界をより多くの人に楽しんでいただけるようにさまざまなアプローチをしていきたいと思いますので、ぜひですねこの機会の3部作目に向けて世界中で一緒にファイナルファンタジー7の世界を楽しんでいけたらと思いますので、ぜひ引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。
Please buy multiple copies. Buy it on PS5, buy it on Xbox, buy it on Switch, buy it on Steam. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is so funny. Yeah, there was a steelbook. I can't really see it too well. Oh, it's the steelbook with the Midgar entry. I think I have that steelbook actually. When I get up to use the bathroom, I'll take a look. But I think I do have that. I think it's the regular steelbook though, or maybe it was in the collector's edition because I got the collector's one. Yeah, that might be it. All right. What time is it? Well, I think I fixed the stream problem. I think it was the OBS settings. It is 5:18. 5:18 for me. So I got to figure out what I want to do. I had in my plan another interview as well, which is one you guys have probably seen, but I have never seen, which is, well, I've seen some of it. I watched the first 5 to 10 minutes because people were talking about it and I was like, oh, it's really fun. And I was like, oh, I would like to save it for, watching on stream. But it's Uematsu, Nojima, Nomura. I've heard just a lot of fun, which is a very fun video. So my question is do I watch this or do I play Crisis Core? Do I actually do I boot up Nier? We'll save Nier for next week, I think. We'll save Nier for next week. You guys, I'll leave it to chat. What do you guys think? I think we'll probably watch this and maybe play one thing. But let me know what out of Crisis Core and Nier, let's put it that way. If we were to play something, if we were to play Crisis Core or Nier, specifically, Replicant. We'll start with Replicant. Either Nier or Crisis Core, let me know. I'll be in the bathroom. Give me 2 seconds. Where's my BRB? Sorry, I'm also heating up some food real quick. Give me 1 second. I've been eating in like 6.5 hours, so I'm pretty hungry. Anyway, that's heating up. I didn't order food, which I usually do, but I'm really trying to change that this year. Have some, both to save money and dietarily. Crisis Core, please. Crisis Core. So we have a couple Crisis Cores playing Nier next week. Crisis Core today. All right. The consensus has spoken. It's kind of a split, actually. But, the intro may be for Nier, unless you want a big session. You're saying it might be too big. Or, I don't know. Maybe I could do a poll. Yeah. Let's do that real quick. I'll put up a poll on both YouTube and the Twitches. We'll watch this video next. How do I create a poll? I know I can. How do I do it? Start a poll. What should we play after video? Nier, Replicant, Crisis Core, Reunion. Let's do the same thing on Twitch. I'll just have to add both of them. Both of them up. I've never done a poll. I kind of want to do a poll. It's been a while since I've never done it. Kind of want to do it. Create a poll. What should we play after video? Nier Replicant. Crisis Core Reunion. Because the sort of just like the chats were kind of split. Make this a 5-minute vote. Okay. So both Twitch and YouTube have the polls up. Oh, and I can actually look at the poll results. Oh, only the Twitch one on this multi-chat. So I'll have to keep my eye on the YouTube one on the side. Crisis Core is winning pretty definitively. It's a little closer in Twitch, but on YouTube it's pretty decisive. Give me 1 second. Oh man, Crisis Core with a blowout lead. I don't think Nier has a chance. On YouTube, by the way, for people who are on Twitch, 11 votes currently, 82% voting for Crisis Core Reunion. And it's currently leading by 3 on Twitch, so pretty massive lead for Crisis Core Reunion. Zach will not be denied. He will not be denied. He's like, you think I waited over a month to be denied? You interrupted your last playthrough with me to play some Rebirth, to show Final Fantasy VIII mods. Who do you think I am? You could disrespect me like that. That's what Crisis Core is saying right now. All right, I think my food's done. Okay. Nice haircut. Thank you. All right. Let's go. Wow. I'm just gonna end it on YouTube. Because it's just over. %78 victory for Crisis Core. I'll let the Switch one play out, but it seems like overwhelmingly we have a consensus. All right, let me pull this up.
そうね。そのコメントのふざけ具合で
Like I said, I watched like it's even less 3 minutes in. It's loud. Jesus.
Tetsu 君はですね、ファイナルファンタジー5から参加したんですね。すごくかっこいいモンスターを描くっていう印象が僕はあって、で6の打ち上げで坂口さんがこう一番前に行って6皆さんお疲れ様でした乾杯って言って始まってしばらくしてからなんかね僕のところに来てねもっと金が欲しいって言って。
Wait, what did he say? Fuck, I missed that last bit.
すごくなんちゅうの自分の気持ちもっと金が欲しいね。
Nomura was like wanting more money. Okay.
もっと金が欲しいって言って。
Nomura came Oh, he was just finishing that.
そこまですごくなんちゅうの自分の気持ち感情をあらわにするタイプなんだと思って結構おとなしいパッと見おとなしかったんですよそれまで。だからその当時のおとなしさを考えると今ねもう
That is true. You can kind of see how reserved he is in general. You can sense that by like how little he does public stuff, right? He doesn't really talk publicly that much. You know, you can tell that's sort of his like he's kind of private or at least relatively quiet or not trying to be like a big personality or anything. He's not Nojima, you know, or not Yeah, Kojima, Hideo Kojima.
すごいな。やっぱりでも感情をむき出しにするのがやっぱり彼の要素の一つだったんでしょうね。
全然覚えてないですけどね。
I don't remember that at all.
ただまあ金が当時全然なかったのを覚えてます。
Do you remember not having money?
上松さん家に遊びに行ったことがあって、みんなで。すごいいい家住んでた。
Uematsu practically a
すごい
palace.
いい家住んでると思って。びっくりして。でもそれに比べて俺はどうなんだこのなんか学生の暮らしみたいな家は。
まあまだでも若かったですしね。僕の方が随分先輩でしたからね。野島君はですね、一番最初の仕事は多分一緒にさせてもらったのはセブンだと思うんだけど、その前からロックが好き、プロレスが好きっていうことで、多分飲み屋ではそういう話をしてたと思う。
意外と共通の趣味が多かった。
You can get a pretty interesting peek into Nojima's personality from like his tweets. He'll tweet out some random weird ass shit. But he has tweeted about wrestling before, I'm pretty sure. He'll be like, he'll have these tweets of like, I was having dinner with my wife. And I was thinking about yada 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 some shit. It's like so random.
そうね。だから他にもロックとかプロレスとか好きなやつらが何人かスクエアにいましたんで、よく某居酒屋さんとか飲んでましたね。ずっと本当にロックとプロレスの話ばっかりして飲んでた。
もうセブンから。
セブンですね。でもセブンがあっても多分お互いのサーバー。
I pause it to speak, but a mouthful of chicken. Chili lime Trader Joe's chicken. But crazy that he was like at the time, we're just uploading our stuff to the server. We didn't interact much. Like, and I kind of get that sense through like the Last Elixir production videos. Like the sense that like everyone just sort of like doing their individual job. I mean, I'm sure they're talking to some extent, but there were like times where Katase just like wasn't aware of like things that like scenario planners were doing on a map, and it's like it was all they were all chasing the same thing but working fairly independently. Like how this game came together is like kind of wild.
にアップしてるものでしか
Like seeing the members of your favorite rock band grow old hurts to see. Yeah, we are too, chat. Slowly but surely, we're getting older.
あんまり交流がないような気が。その
I'm in denial over it, but
なんか怖いイメージがあって。
もう大体なんか
but you're kind of scary. I get that a lot.
何でしたっけ？スクエア社員の名簿、スクエアタイムズ。スクエアタイムズだ。っていうので写真の載ってて、哲さんのところが年が変わっても写真も何もコメントも変わってなくて。
No more picture and comment never
お腹
changed.
が痛いって書いてあって。
Stomach urge?
何の情報もくれない人だなと思って。
当時けどスクエアタイムスってまだ人数そこまでじゃない頃にこう手作りの社員名簿みたいなのがあったんで、そこだけどもだんだん大喜利化してましたよね。ふざけるのが当たり前みたいになってきて。そうね。
Low-key, Nomura is so me at work. Like I had crack jokes. Like I have a good time with my coworkers. Like anything that's like kind of official, I'm like, oh, we're gonna have this company event. Can people share their fucking whatever? I'm like, do I have to?
のコメントのふざけ具合で古い人か新しい人か分かるっていう。うん、この人。
古い。
Like people put a lot of effort into things. Like, for example, one of the things we do in my company is when someone's new, they have to do like a 2 truths and a lie that they write out. It's like ahead of time, and it's just like shared like an email thing or whatever. More recently, like a Slack announcement, like this person's hired. Here's their little bit about them. It's like, God, I do not want to do this true dudes and lie right now. But people put like crazy effort into it, or like what's something interesting about yourself? The question has sort of changed over time, but it's like people put effort into it. I do not.
人はふざけてた？
ふざけてる。あ、本当。ふざけてるか全く更新してない。
ああ、なるほどね。で、哲は更新してなかったんだ。
多分。
でもそのお腹が痛いもふざけてるんで、そんなこと
わざわざね。
そう痛いわけねえだろって話。
また今年も痛いんだ。
そう。
Another year, another tummy ache.
多分書くことなかったんだと思う。僕はもう安心感。
I get it. I get you, Nomura.
やっぱり世界中からこうナノファンからこう信頼も受けてる通り、なんかお願いして心配だなって思うことはないんですよね。絶対ファンが求めてるものを提供してくれるって思ってるので、普段が面白いんですよ。お話が2人とも。多分普段あんまり面白くないとそんな絡まないかもしれない。
哲さんはいろいろ、まあ、当然のことながらいろいろこだわりがある方だとは思ってるんですけど、基本的にその最初にその何をしたいとか、こういうのを入れたいとかっていうのを伝えた後はもうほっといてくれるっていうんですかね、任せてくれるのがすごいありがたいですね。なんかすごい信頼されてる感じがあって。
Sorry, it actually made me realize there's like a work project going on right now that might have comments or communication going on about it. So it made me look at my phone for a second. And this being a Japanese interview, I realized I can't look away and then keep up with the conversation. It's fine though.
がある方だとは思ってるんですけど、基本的にその最初にその何をしたいとか、こういうのを入れたいとかっていうのを伝えた後はもうほっといてくれるっていうんですかね、任せてくれるのがすごいありがたいですね。なんかすごい信頼されてる感じがあって、そこはすごい ありがたく思ってます。
I ended up making rice too. Give me 1 second. Nothing crazy, it's just frozen rice from Trader Joe's. So easy to heat up. Given I don't have much time during the stream, it's a handy
上松さん
thing to
は
make.
もう僕がお会いした時はもう大作曲家だったんで。
It is. The old school one. I bought it off of eBay. Because I had one back in the day, but then I lost it, you know, like moving and all that. Like literally across like different states over years as like a kid to whatever. So I had to end up I just really wanted it again. So I just found one on eBay.
もちろん尊敬してるんですけど、何かこう常に楽しいことをしてる人だなっていう印象があって、いやいやもう一緒にお仕事させていただいてありがたいです。
哲くんなんかやっぱりいまだに後輩の感じがするんですよね。もう
後輩ですよ。
いやでも本当にペンギンの頃から知ってるんで力強くなったもんだなっていうのをすごく感じますね。存在がね、なんか堂々としていく。
大きくなってって。い
やいやいやいや。
He's literally, that's so funny. Because I've heard people mention, it's like, man, Nomura's gotten bigger. Like when you look at young Nomura, he's like very thin. You know, he's like a, you know, or slim. A little bigger, I don't know. It was a very funny, like, self-deprecating joke of like Uematsu's making this point about how like how much bigger his presence is. He's like, no, I just got bigger. Like literally.
お願いしますって言われると、なんか逆にこう身が引き締まるというかね。あ、偉くなった後輩に頼まれるとなんか頑張んなきゃ俺っていうふうに、すごく今回の身が引き締まる感じがしましたね。頼もしい存在になったと思います。で野島君はね、ずっと働いてるんですよ。絶対こいつ遊んでないっていうぐらい何かしら仕事をしてるんですよ、いつも。だからライバルになりたくないんですよね。勝てないから。シナリオでよかったと思って。作曲家だったらなんか勝てそうにない感じがする。
当時まだ紙とかで見てたような気がするんだけど。
オリジナルのセブンのオリジナルの頃、紙だった。
とかで見てた。
Was there a question related to that? I don't know, this started past work, I guess.
オリジナルのセブンのオリジナルの頃、紙だったと思う。
紙でしたね。
いや、それ。
I was thinking a paper copy of it.
俺も
多分古い人はみんな紙で見てた。
紙で出てて。
Paper copies.
僕だってまずほらあれシナリオをもらうじゃん。だからあれがまず分厚いのが来るからさ。
自分もまだ企画書手書きで書いてましたから。
本当。
Oh wow.
しかも字もだから。
No wonder there's like a lack of record for so many things, right? Like they've talked about that before. Like a lot of the original design documents aren't around anymore. They can't find them. That came up with like tactics, especially. Yeah, if you're doing it by hands, it's not like a digital document. It's like harder to really keep track over the years. It's to make sure they get saved or scanned in or whatever.
手書きで書いて横に絵添えてとかやってたんで、しばらくサーバーとかそういう PC を触ってなんかとかやらなかった。
セブンは多分新しい機材が一気にたくさん席に増えた頃なんで、僕も分かってないっちゃ分かってなかったんですけどね。
でもそうね、PS になった頃なんで機材がすごい。
セブンのキャラデザも多分絵で仕上げて発表してたんで、デジタル使ってないですね。だから後々大変な目にあるんですけど。
俺セブンのラストの曲ってタイムコード使ってないんだよ。映像を見せてもらって自分で歌いながら こんな感じこんな感じこんな感じって言って
みんなアナログ
もろアナログもろアナログ
Everyone is working in analog. It's such a
ね、本
different.
当はそこでタイムコード使ったらこのシドの顔が出たタイミングで次の展開に行ってとかそういうのを自動でこうできるんだけど俺全部自分でやってたな、何分何秒ぐらいでシドがどこのこうのとか。
I do think that could be like why certain things in the games, like between like remake versus the original, or even like older Final Fantasy versus new Final Fantasy, why they feel different sometimes, right? Like they were done by like instinct in a way versus, you know, using a time code. I'm like really trying to like add precision to something. It almost like incentivizes them to create differently in a way. They're still both great, but the vibe of things from the past versus the things from the present does feel a little bit different. And I think some of that is precision. Kind of relating to what he's saying.
だキタちゃんとかえとか驚いてたよ。アナログでやってんですか
Like you could say, oh, they've changed as creators or whatever like that, but it could even just be the format in which they work. Like if Tyler Hepner were in chat, I'd be curious about that perspective as like an artist, but for me as a writer, the way that I write is different if I'm writing by hand, if I'm like writing in a notebook versus if I'm writing at a keyboard. You know, like the way that I write, almost the style is like different, you know? Sometimes I go to handwritten notes or like thoughts when I really want to like think broad. Although sometimes it's too slow and then I need the keyboard to type out the ideas fast enough. But there's a difference for sure.
デジタル化早かったから。
Yeah, the limitations lead to a different
新しいものを覚える
result
余
at
裕がなか
least.
ったんですよね忙しくて。だからもういいやとパンパンパンパンここで展開変わってって曲をここで展開させてとかいうのはやってましたね。さすがに次の8のオープニングとかからはタイムコード使ったけどうん、
そうですね。7までは自分もアナログでやってたと。
うん、そういうやつもいたというここに
音楽は結構変わったんじゃないですか。
同時発音数が増えたからね、でストリーミングとかでスタジオ録音したものも使えたんですけどまだそのね容量を読み込んでる間ずっと絵が止まってるとかそういうのってあんまりよろしくないなと思ったんで7では僕は全部内蔵音源でやってましたね。こう呼び出されたらすぐ音が出るように出せるようにっていうのを選択した、当時は他のメーカーさんとかやっぱりもうストリーミングでスタジオ録音したものを流してる人メーカーさんもいっぱいありましたけどやっぱり止まっちゃうのが嫌なのね。音を読み込んでる間、ゲームが止まっちゃうっていうの。
There's a bit about the feeling of it, right? The game coming to a halt while loading for the audio didn't feel great. You know, like you had to listen to that instinct even more, you know?
やっぱりラスボスに突入だって言った時にパーンとそこで音が始まってほしいじゃないですか。よしラスボスだと思ってくるくるくるくるくるくるとかだったらなんか嫌じゃない？
嫌です。
でもやっぱり使える音数増えたりとか容量もいっぱい使えるようになったんでそれまでのスーファミよりはこうやりたいことがしやすくなりましたかね音楽の側としては。
感覚的にはスーファミやってた頃とはもう変わってなかったところで変え方がわからないというか、個人的にはなんかあんまりそれまでの流れのままにやってたんで、まあそれまでもあれやりたいこれやりたいはあって7から結構。
Tyler just dropped in chat. Hand drawn is so much different just in feel to digital 100%. I always sketch my ideas on paper first before I transfer to digital. You can't replicate the mind muscle connection of paper and pencil. Yeah.
採用してもらえるようになったというか、まあやっぱりこう5から入ってるんで、5では当然もう新人なわけだからそんなにやりたいことはやらせてもらえるわけではないんで、せいぜいモンスターを自分が好きにデザインしたりはしてましたけど、で6になってちょっと ありかなってこう周りが思ってくれ始めて、
So FF6 was really his big
みたい
breakthrough
な形になって。
internally.
まあ7もその後の8とか10とか、まあ今回のリメイクもそうなんですけど、常にどこまでできるのかがわからない状態でやってるので、どこまで映像に頼っていいのかっていうのは常に試行錯誤してます。技術的にできないっていうのと、なんか予算的にできないとか時間的にできないとかどうなんのかって、まあ7はかなりセリフでもうテキストで説明していることが多いと思うんですけど、だんだんそれを減らせるようになってったんですよね。でも全部それはもう手探りです。誰かにこれできないって言われまでは攻めてみる。時間的にできないとかどうなんのかって、まあ7はかなり
FF7 relied heavily on dialogue and text to explain things.
多いと思うんですけど、
We scaled that back. Yeah, it's a little more
減らせるようになってったん
cinematics and visuals and
でも
audio.
全部それはもう手探りです。誰かにこれできないって言われまでは攻めてみるっていう、その7の頃はよくト書きに寂しそうにうつむくって書いておいたら、寂しそうにうつむくってどうやるのとかってやらされるっていう。
They hang their head. I was supposed to do that with like 10 pixels that we have.
こうガラッと作り手の意識も変わるだろうって周りの人は、外の人は思うかもしれないですけど、いやそれはやっぱりそんなことはなくって、7って単純に本当に6の後なわけですから、作るっていう意識においてはそんな変わんないよね。そうですね。でもやっていくうちに今野島君が言ったように、
like hardware of the platform versus got it versus like the format in which they work. Got him mad. Why are you mad? Some wolf.
これはできるのかこれはできないのかって言ってやりながら僕らもこう変わっていくという感じなんですね、いつも。だからハードが変わったからといって僕らの企画段階から頭がピシッて全部変わって新しいものを作ろうっていう、そんなのはあんまりないんじゃないのかな。まあ世界観とかはね、特に7はガラッと変わって面白かったですけどね。
僕は恐れを取るヴィンセントまだですかってたのに聞きに行った記憶がある。
Vincent ready?
哲さんに。
ああそう。
ヴィンセントのキャラだけがなかなかデザインが終わらなくて。
なんかヴィンセントは北さんがすごいこだわりがあって。
Interesting.
一回書いたらダメ出しを食らって、大したこだわりではなかったかな。でも。普通の先をとんがらしてみたいな。
He just wanted the shoes point here.
何にこだわってたんだろう。
なんか丸いのは嫌だなみたいな。
That kind of stuff happens all the time in terms of like the little things that you would get feedback on where people are sort of it's just like either they say it outright, like the point of your shoes thing, or sometimes when you're getting feedback, you just have to like find that. It's like, oh, what you're actually, all you really want is this? Really? That happens a lot. I remember one of my favorite stories that are kind of like that, or there's always like the feedback process. That Toy Story video I talked about earlier really gets into it. Real quick, I'll just say like screenwriters talk about this all the time in terms of like getting notes back from studio, and there's like, it'll be a random note. Why doesn't the character have a dog? You know? And he'd be like, well, the character not supposed to have a dog. Why are we talking about dogs? And this came up in for Nightcrawler, that movie, if you ever saw it. I was listening to the screenwriter talk about it, and he was saying, so he was giving this note about like a dog for the character, for Jake Gyllenhaal's character. And he eventually said, what it really came to was they wanted the characters to sort of like convey to the audience some sense of caring, because he was so inhuman, he was hard to relate to. So they gave the character a plant. It's like his pet, instead of a dog, became a plant. So it still communicated the same thing about the character, that there was like some level of humanity and that he did care about something, but it wasn't as like, it was still sort of unconventional and different in that way. So it's interesting. It's a great movie. Yeah. Yeah. Him not getting an Oscar. I don't know what won that year or who won that year, but it was a great performance, yeah.
北さんはこうヴァンパイアみたいなやつにしたいみたいなことを言ってたような気がする。結構やっぱりヴィンセントって後半出すのが決まったキャラで、自分の中では多分一回終わってたのになんか追加されたキャラっていう感じだった。なるほど。この間たまたま出てきたんですよね。野島さんに多分渡す前に自分が書いた相関図みたいなの書いてあったんですよ。それがけどヴィンセントいたはいたんですよ。ここに絵は確かに入ってなかったです。そんで元タークスみたいなことは書いてある。ユフィはけど神羅のスパイってなってます。そこに多分そういうのを考えて。
I remember this going around in the news a little bit, like the Yuffie Shinra spy thing. Which I guess they didn't really play out in the OG, but now they did in the DLC, right? She was spying on Shinra, not a Shinra spy, but that spy thing came back in a way.
ヴィンセントは多分ふわっとしたまんま登場人物多いじゃないですか、なんかセブンって。だから後回しにされてた。
Kate became the spy. True, true.
とそういうキャラがまだ増えるっていう情報があって、ただシナリオ的にはもう固まりつつあるからそろそろないと。で
So crazy to write a story when the characters are kind of being run by someone else.
楽だなとか思って。
僕はラストバトルの片翼がラストバトルの曲になってますけど、多分6の時も7の時も。
That's a good point, Egg. Yeah, like when Yuffie turns on us, I don't know if she will, but if she does, because it would make sense to like honor that moment in a way. But if she does sort of like screw us over in some way, like steal from us at the very least, it will hit different, right? Because we know her so much more. You know, she had her own story at one point through the DLC.
ラストバトルこんな感じがいいみたいな話をよくしに行ってたような気がする。
6はほら鉄の書いたラスボスがどこまで行ってもまだあんのかってあれに合わせて作るのが大変だったんですけどね。
I haven't seen that final boss yet.
作りあってすごい満足してて、でそしたら7は7であれを超えたいじゃないですか。そうですね。どうすればいいのかなっていうんで合唱を
Nomura proposed adding a chorus. Interesting. Yeah, I'm very excited to see the plot line with her dad. Yeah.
スタジオで録音したものを流すとなったらストリーミングでその読み込みに時間かかっちゃって嫌だなと思ったんで、スタジオで撮ったものをものすごい圧縮して切り刻んで内蔵音源として持ってそれを貼り付けるという
荒技。To get a vocal track on the PS1 when you're new to the hardware too.
音質は音質なんですけど、
the audio quality is horrendous.
合唱が流れてくるっていうのはいい
のかな。It does feel good. It was a great ad.
実験的なことでしたけどね、楽しかったですよね。でもね、あれにラスボスに曲をセットしてみんなに聞かせた時に誰か。
Oh, I did hear this story. I think I did hear this story. Somebody was like, I don't get it about one-winged angel.
覚えてないけど、ちょっとわけが分かんないってもっとこうラスボスらしいこうスカーンといったかっこいい曲にできませんかねって誰かが言ってたんだよな。でも
Will it more befitting the last boss than one-winged fucking angel? Really?
あるからってその時は言っといた。
やっぱりその合唱入ったのはすごかった。
That's one of those situations where you just gotta ignore some feedback because obviously he was right. You know, it's like you'll get it. You'll see. I wonder what that person had in mind. I don't know. I do think, I mean, the one thing I know about One-Winged Angel is, thank God Uematsu didn't listen to him, yeah. The one thing I know about One-Winged Angel is that it's purposefully sort of like musically wrong in a way. Like the way, like the segments, how long they are, where they stop, where they start. Like it's very unconventional from what Uematsu has said in other interviews. Like the way that he made it and like how it works is like fairly unconventional. So maybe the person was just like so wrapped up in how music works on a technical level that he's like, I don't get these transitions or these like sort of these non sequiturs between these different segments. wanting maybe something a little more traditional. I could see that, you know. I studied film and writing at university, and I definitely learned which feedback to take to heart and which to shrug off. Yeah. So that person just could be almost like a mental slave to like sort of those like very specific things versus like embracing something very different, very creative and original, you know?
ね、新しかったよね。うん。楽しかった。
何言ってるんですかって言ったような気がする。何語かわからない言語で合唱してたから。
ラテン語。
そうそう。
First exposure to Latin.
その時僕は初めてラテン語に触れるという。
ああ、それからそれ
そこからラテン語が始まっていく。
なん
My
でラテン
Latin
語を選ん
kick
でる
got
かっていう
started,
と
and then yeah, and then poems and shit.
8のオープニングもラテン語なんだけど、
Not that Loveless is in Latin, but it feels almost like one of those types of poems, you know?
僕はもうとにかく歌物っていうのは日本語でやるべきだって昔から思ってるわけですよ。でもどうしても英語喋ってる人たちに受けたいから。
They want to appeal to the English
英語を
speakers.
要求されるわけ。
Eyes on
でも
me.
日本人が作ってる日本でたくさんの人が遊んでくれるのに、わ
And this is always, you know, at the core of, you know, some of the feelings toward Square Enix from the fan base, which I understand, because it is like, hey, can you cater to this other culture that you're not a part of? You know, can you not be yourself? It's not really what you want to tell creative people, you know? And I think it did lead them to make some poor choices at times, for sure.
英語とかで歌ってもわけわかんないだろうになと思ったんだけど、まあそれ屈して英語でやったりもしたんですけど、そのセフィロスのところでラテン語を使ったのは、おそらく今この言葉を聞いて理解できる人が世界中にそんなにいないだろうと、何語かわかんないで平等だと思ったんでラテン語を選んだんですね。そういう経緯はあります。ちゃんとしてるんでしょうね。
Makes sense.
してる。
Pretty thoughtful of me, don't you think?
後付けで。
I love how they can joke at each other so easily, you know?
オリジナルのセブン作ってた時にこれが数十年後にリメイクされるとかは全く思ってないわけで、まあ僕初めてリメイクのリバースの前のやつの映像を見せてもらった時に、これはえらいことになったなと。セブンのねプレステの一作目を作ってる頃ってスクエアの連中ってほとんどもう素人の塊なわけですよ。いやまあゲーム業界ではそこそこやってはいるけど、エンターテインメントの作品を作るっていう意味ではまだまだ外にいるプロフェッショナルの方々に比べたらもう若造の集まりだったんで、知恵を出し合ってね、どうやったら面白くできるか、どうやったら自分の個性を出せるのかっていうのがもう熱量がいっぱいあった時代だと思うんですけど、このセブンのリメイクの映像を見た時に、あ、これは力技じゃもうできない、洗練されてるものを作んなきゃなんない時代に入ってるんだっていうのがすごい怖かった。
To the point where we're talking about precision. I was talking about precision earlier, right? And yeah.
ちょうどこう体調崩してとかいろいろあってサウンドトラックの方からは外させてもらったんですけど、いやもうやんなくてよかったなと思って。あれは相当な重荷だぞあれ。
いやしんどいっすよ。
ね。
Nomura is like, yeah, it is.
みんな作ってんなと思うんだよ。一回終わったものを。
Uematsu has always struck me for as much of a genius as he is. He's like the most down to earth of all of them. He seems like the most normal guy, right? Like he's just a vibe. He's a vibe.
何十年か経ってもう一回奮い立たして、しかも今の技術で新しい世代に伝えていかなきゃなんないっていうのは、もの作るっていう労力としてものすごいもんだ、熱量が必要だと思うんです。
God, he's so right. Yeah.
労力、新しい世代。
It has to be mentally taxing trying to recreate something you put to bed decades ago, but with the latest technology and for a whole new generation.
伝えていかなきゃなんないっていうのは、もの作るっていう労力としてものすごいもんだ、熱量が必要だと思うんですね。だからそういう意味ではもう本当。
Because I think like it's easy for people to say, "Oh, you're just taking that old thing and you're making it new, like you're just polishing it up, making it new." But it's something different. Like even the words he used here, right? Like was something you put to bed decades ago, right? Like you dumped yourself into this thing. It was like part of who you were. It's actually one of the themes of Expedition 33. One of the big themes in Expedition 33 that people don't talk about almost at all. And I found one interview where the creators mentioned it, and I was planning on bringing it up in the video that I do. I gotta track it back down, but they're talking about like that feeling of like putting yourself into your work and your art. And there's like even a journal entry that's very specific about that is easy to go under the radar. And it's just so true, right? It's not just like taking a drawing and redrawing it, which I remember hearing Tyler Hepner talk about that, I think on Prof. Noctis's interview with him or on Final Fantasy V. It was somewhere where Tyler was talking about, you know, it's not easy to just recreate something. You know, it's almost impossible to recreate it perfectly. I think it was something you were saying like that, right, Tyler? I found that so interesting in terms of like how that thing is a product of the moment and who you are. And yeah, it's something people don't get. Yeah. It's just a lot more emotional or human than the transactional shit that people want this remake to be. Just remake the thing better. Just make it look better. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Why are you trying to do new crazy stuff with it? It's like, it's more than that.
熱量が必要だと思うんですね。だからそういう意味ではもう本当に尊敬しますよ。今セブンを作ってるやつらね。でもそれでもリメイクもリバースもなんかね歌物とか呼んでいただいてすごい僕は光栄ですね。うん。少しでも貢献できて幸せです。
そもそもリメイク今回立ち上げるよりもさらにもう数年前に、この企画はやろうとしていたんで、その頃からおそらくやるとなったらこんぐらいやらないとまずいだろうとは思っていたから半ばちょっと嫌だったんですね。やっちゃったらこれとんでもないことになるなとはとんでもないっていうのは作業量がとんでもないことになるなと思ってたんで。
You know, you have to think as an artist, right? Which I know is hard to do. And I know a lot of people don't give a shit about. Fuck you and your artistry. In some ways, it's true. People do think that way. But to pull it away from that, right? Something less than art, right? Like the video that I made, right? Like, if somebody were to ask me to just make that video again, or if you always expect to make new things, might be a better way to put it. Like you always expect to sort of like make something new. Like you always, when you think about the future, the things you're gonna, as a creator of some sort, you know, whether you're music or writing or content creator, whatever, you're always thinking of like, okay, I'm gonna make new things in the future. That's the self-concept that you have. I'm gonna make new things. And then someone comes around and says, can you make that thing again? And it's like such a mismatch with what you envisioned for yourself in the things that you'd make. And imagine for someone like Nomura in your career, right? Like you think, who would think that the thing that they make toward the end of the career is the thing that they made at the beginning of their career, right? It could feel like reversion, you know, like reverting back or the opposite of progressing, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Tyler's saying, it's possible to recreate perfectly and be fulfilling. I value the artist working on this, really creating something that invigorates their creativity now, not then. Exactly. Yeah.
リメイクがやっぱり世に出たらもう当然途中でやめますとは言えないんで。逃げれない。
Forgot how good this interview was. The artist POV is so interesting to me in Remake because it's a huge tell for what the devs' intention are for the story. Yeah. Yeah, it's giving me that as well. I'm like thinking it's giving me that same sort of like feeling, those same thoughts. Wick.
逃げれないですね。やっぱり やめますとは言えないんで。
逃げれない。
There's no throwing in towel halfway through. You can't leave things on a cliffhanger.
続きはなしでとは言えないからこれは大変なことが始まってしまったと思って、だから僕は始まった瞬間
The moment production started, I wanted to end.
早く終えたい、早く終わんないかなと思いながら始めてる。やっと真ん中より後ろの方に来た。
At least now we're finally past the midway point.
AC とか CC とかやってる時こういう風につながるとは思ってなかったんで。
When we were making Advent Children at Crisis Core, I didn't think they'd connect to something like this. Interesting. Fourth we cancel confirmed.
あ、もうちょっとちゃんと
Hindsight's 2020 and all, but I wish I'd planned things out a bit better.
最終的に全部自分に返ってきた。
原作のセブンの頃って書いてるシナリオと実際に出てくる映像にそんなに差がなかったんですよね。割と思った通りに思った感じで映像化されてるっていうのがあったんですけど、それがもうリメイクになったらもう思った感じで。
Interesting, hold on. So he's saying, on the original FF7, there wasn't much of a difference between the scenario I wrote and what wound up in the game.
差がなかったんですよね。割と思った通りに。
It's exactly as I imagined it, pretty much. Not the case for Remake, let me tell you. Interesting. And we know that, like, Hamaguchi's talked about adding things, right, that weren't in the scenario, like the Queen's Blood tournament on the way from Junon to Costa del Sol on the ship wasn't there in what he wrote.
思った感じで映像
It's like a
化さ
small
れてる
example.
っていうのがあったんですけど、それがもうリメイクになったらもう全然違って、もう村とかもう僕が思ってた100
Towns are
倍ぐ
100
らい大
times
きい
bigger, explosions are larger.
爆発も大規模
You
だ
couldn't
し、
believe the script
何
I
年か前に
penned
書いたシ
all
ナ
those
リオ
years look like
とか
this
が
now.
こんな風に
Interesting.
映像化されて僕の前に現れるっていう、その見るタイミングは一般のユーザーの方とそう変わらないので。
I saw the game at about the same time it was shown to the general public. It was an emotional moment. Yeah, so he wrote this, and then when he saw the trailer, it's one of the first times he really saw it. It's like a final product, right?
それだけで泣けますね。このシーンは演出の方とか俳優さんとかはこういう解釈をしたんだっていうのは、ちょっと面白いですね。昔に比べるとト書きとかもすごい細かく書くようにはしてるんですけども、それでもやっぱり皆さんの思いが乗っかって、より良いものになって出てくるので。
Interesting. So, you know, there are times where it's like, you know, I attribute stuff to Nojima and whatnot, and maybe even in the original, with the original, it was probably more one-to-one, a direct reflection of the vision that he had on the page. But this is also putting, you know, some level of like, because it kind of reflects what they said earlier, right? That the games back then were like FF7, especially, they called out the original as being so guided by the dialogue and the text, but there's so much more now. This, and like Remake is such a prime example of that. I can imagine for Nojima.
それを見るのはすごい幸せですね。
Like as they have to turn this like script of like people talking and moving between places into like a game, into an open world, especially. It just leaves more room for them to iterate on that, you know, to turn the script into something more. Not that the words, still the words that the characters say, you know, come from him, but probably also from a team. Probably not every bit of dialogue comes from Nojima. Just very interesting. Fascinating how Nojima talks about this 7. It seems like an individual scenario. People had a lot of leeway to write and script their sections. Yeah, which the OG 7 also had, right? Like sometimes the last Elixir production videos really show that a lot in terms of like how much the individual scenario planners sort of like wrote stuff and added stuff, but there was just like less room within the confines of a PS1 game to sort of like add a lot of stuff, you know? I'm going to skip ahead a little bit on the song just because I know it can lead to copyright, which also would mute it as part of the VOD for people, and I want them to be able to hear it. Give me 1 second. I just want to put this chicken in the fridge. Hold on. whatever, when I said chicken in the fridge, which Jake is commenting on, when I said chicken in the fridge, for whatever reason, it made me think, well, I know exactly why, but it made me think of the movie La La Land, where like Ryan Gosling is like, I want to open a club called Chicken on a Stick. It's like, why chicken on a stick? And there's like a backstory, some jazz related backstory. I decided the remake's song was going to be about Cloud. Okay. Rebirth Bio Aerith. Okay, we figured that out.
多分北さんには一作目は男性
Male for the English for first and female for the second. Okay.
英語歌詞でいきたいって言って二
Along
作
with chap
目は
lips.
女性ボーカル英語歌詞でいきたいって多分言ってたと思います。今回海外の方ローレンさん
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the third would be then.
2作目は海外のお願いしたんですけど
For remake that would be nice to have a Japanese artist. And I knew that for Rebirth, I wanted foreign talent, which is why we asked
それ
Lauren.
はもう織り込み済みでだからもう2作目はある意味こうイメージがもう最初からできてたんでそれをお伝えして
Oh, you showed them a video of Lauren too. What the hell, dude? He's giving them everything. Nomura, just to like throw Nomura his flowers, because people shit on him all the time. Remember, he's the one who was like, who stopped them, who stopped the original creators, Kasase and them, from like killing the entire party. And he's like, no, just kill Aerith. That's all we need to kill. He's also the one who pulled back Katase from like going crazy with Remake. Because Katase apparently wants to go nuts, partially related to that Hamaguchi quote, where it's like making a completely new story. And Nomura apparently put the pause on that. He's the one who fed Uematsu the idea of like a chorus, according to Uematsu himself. And then here he's saying, like, I showed these guys Lauren singing, and they got Lauren as a singer for Rebirth. I mean, give the dude his credit. He has a lot of misses, apparently, with Kingdom Hearts, which I can't speak to because I've never played. And he can be confusing, I get it. But give the dude some credit.
イメージがあるっていうのでローレン
They act as if he's to blame for everything bad. Yeah.
さんの歌唱映像を見せて僕のあくまでこう曲の雰囲気とか声のイメージとかっていうのはこういう感じですっていう。
あ、いい声持ってる人がいるなと思って、鉄ね映画とか詳しいんですよ昔から。審美眼みたいのあると思うんで。いいかもね。僕はあんまり反論とか何もなかったよねあの時はね。
There weren't any objections.
いいかもねこの人。
スンとしてますね。OK みたいな。
Team just said sure, okay. Nomura wrote Kingdom Hearts, right? And Final Fantasy X have the story thing. I don't know what he did on 10. I thought that was Nojima. Oh, Nojima. Nojima, yes, I think Nojima helped on Kingdom Hearts 1. We looked at the credits not so long ago on IMDb. Let's see. IMDb. Let's see. Kingdom Hearts. No, that's like a TV movie. What the fuck? Kingdom Hearts. There we go. The lead writer was Nomura. Nojima was, or rather, he came up with the concept. Nojima was one of several scenario writers. Then Kingdom Hearts 2. And people like Kingdom Hearts and Kingdom Hearts 2. Nojima, he was the lead writer on that. It really has like the main story credit, and people love 2, right? But Kingdom Hearts 3 writer concept Nomura, story Nomura. Scenario, Masuru Oka. That's kind of hard to see. Scenario supervisor, Nojima. So he wasn't as directly involved. Yeah, he wrote 10. He wrote 8. Yeah. No, that's not it. Where was I? Oh, here we go.
そうで結構ねでもあの時間で1時間ぐらいのミーティングだったかもしれないですけど意外と絵が描けたというかあこんな感じの
Oh my god, is he Brad Bird's listed? Was he? Oh, character created by must be some I don't know fucking Inside Out world or something. Yeah.
バラードを作ればいいのかなこの人のこういった声でっていう歌い上げる感じなのかなとか大体はイメージはつかめましたねいろんなお話説明を聞かせてもらって
多分1作目の方が結構大変だったんですよね選定からやってたんで結構
でもさすがにさ1作目
Even choosing the vocalist is hard. I wasn't sure about a male Japanese artist singing a ballad for a remake. I had my
どう
doubts.
よっていうのもあってちょっと1作目はすごい悩んだのよ実は
ちょっとロックっぽくしたいっていう話で
Rock and roll edge.
そうでも今回はバラードでいいって言うからよっしゃ来た
多分上松さんらしい感じが出るのは今回のが出ると思ってたんですよね、ただ1作目はまあ2作目そうしたいと思ってたんで逆に被らないように1作目はちょっと今回とイメージの違う感じの曲で
Yeah, I wouldn't really I don't really think of remakes. I don't really think of Hollow as like a ballad. I could see how you could call it a ballad, but I wouldn't think of it as like a ballad, you know?
一番最初のね僕らも参加したミーティングで哲がね何かキーワードを何度も何度も繰り返し歌うようにしたいって言ってたんで僕もねそういうのって好きなんですよ印象づけられるじゃないですか歌
What are we doing, Wix Sephiroth video? I don't know. I mean, it felt like it's been a while. Max reacted to it too. Maybe one of these days.
歌の印象が強くなるんで昔ねニルソンのね「Without You」っていう曲があって「I can't live」って生きていけないっていうのをね何度も何度もこう高いトーンで歌う曲があってね僕すごい好きであの手だなと思ってああいう曲がやっと作れると思ってまあそういうつもりで書いたんですけどどこも繰り返し出てこなかったねあのアイディアはどこ行っちゃったんだろうあともう一つ驚いたのは自分のバンドでこの「No Promises to Keep」を練習したりするわけですよ。でその時に歌ってる子が「知ってますか?」って言って「これ英語じゃなくて日本語でも全部歌えるんですよ」って言って「えっ?」とか言って「マジで?」って「ちょっと歌ってみ?」って言って歌ってもらったら全部歌えるの。で早速録音したてのやつを野島君に「これ日本語で歌えんだぜ」って言ったらそのように書きました。すげえ。
So there's like a Japanese version of it, or?
英語で書けないからね。
これけどあれですよ前作のがあってそうしたって聞いたんですけど
前作は英語に最終的になるので日本語としてはまあ多少歌えなくてもまあまあなんとか合わせてもらえればいいやって思ってたんだけどなんか日本語の字幕が出ることに最初出さないみたいな話だったんだけど途中から出るようになって後でちょっと字幕変えたりしてたんでそれはフェアじゃないなと思って今回は最初から字幕がそのまま出ても、まあ、歌えたらいいのかなという気持ちで
その字幕入れたの僕です
なんかよく変わるんですよでもできてきたものを見たら変えたくなる気持ちはすごいよく分かります。何かやりたくなるアイデアが出てきちゃうっていうのはそれは自分も同じなんで。
でもローレンスさんっていい選択だと思った。
あ、そうですか。
あの感じね。
はい。
すっごいうまいですよあの人。実際録音してみて。
海外でもイベントで生歌であれ歌われてましたけど。
やったよね。
すごいうまかったですねやっぱり。
びっくりしちゃった。オーケストラバージョン。
Yeah, I really don't know what it would be. Like I could see it being a character related theme, but I could also see it very like a general theme in a way, right? Like something to sort of like wrap up everything. Like I kind of understand centering a song around a character for part 1 and part 2. For part 3, yeah, you could make it really the only what you have here, right? Like a Tifa theme, a Sephiroth theme, or a general theme. A general theme might be most likely, but so far the pattern is a character theme. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see, I guess.
とね、僕らのバンドバージョンっていうのがあるんですよ。2つのバージョンがあるんですけど、オーケストラではね、すごいもう最後に盛り上がるところ張り上げて盛り上がっていくんですけど、うちらのバンドバージョンの方はもっとこう自由に感情豊かに歌ってくれてるんですね。で、こんななんかテクニックいっぱい持ってる。こういうことなのか。だからYouTube とか動画とかでみんなの心を打ってるんだなっていう。なるほどなるほどという一言で言うとやっぱりうまい。
Yeah, the whole orchestration of like the Aerith singing scene in Rebirth is a little awkward. Partially because we literally learned not that long ago that, I forgot who mentioned it, but one of the devs mentioned it, that it wasn't planned to be in the game like that until Uematsu did it, and then they added it to the Gold Saucer thing. It wasn't originally supposed to be part of it. It's also a bit corny because of, in a way, just because of like the sound of it in some ways. Like seeing Aerith's character singing with that voice is a little jarring at times. I mean, I'm fine with it though. It's just so, not to say it's corny, but it's just like it's so dramatic, you know. But it does set up, it is like pretty good like foreshadowing to like she's thinking about the end that's coming, right? Like there is something, it does make some sense that if she's aware of what's to come, that she might want to express something about that, you know? Yeah. I think I'm also more of a Hollow guy, but I don't mind No Promises. I'm definitely more of a Hollow guy, but it's also stylistically more a type of song that I would really like, you know? I'm not even that into rock, but I just like the sound of Hollow more.
でもまだ若いんで可能性を秘めてる歌い手さんなんじゃないですかね。今回は本当に堂々としたバラードなんで、ローレンさんがそれ歌い上げてくれたんで非常にこう僕の中ではもう黒緑という。
Actually, have you guys heard the non-vocal version of No Promises? They had it in like one of the, in a lot of the Rebirth concerts is where they've had this. I know the London Rebirth concert, No Promises to Keep. Like the purely instrumental version is really good. Yeah, here it is. Like just a pure instrumental is actually, I like it a lot. This is literally because they didn't have Lauren and she's not traveling live, you know? Yeah, no, Hollow's not diegetically there now. Like musically, it's like very pleasant to the ear. Very nice. Oh, you saw Hollow sung live? That's cool. Where were we? Here we go. I saw Lauren perform it live in New York. It was cool. Definitely for sure. To see her vocal talent in person is something.
感じですかね。ありがたい出来になりましたね。
Yeah, controversially, I do think I like the instrumental versions more of No Promises. Oh yeah, Delta, you did the Genova look at it.
This is Mr. Uematsu.
I love the hollow,
You're gonna be working with
specifically like the hollow skies in Rebirth when you're like, you know, in the grasslands, like near Midgar. That version is unbelievable.
him today. He says hi.
Thank you so much for thinking of me. I've been so excited and I love this song.
Oh wow, stuff.
Walking city streets with worn
At one point I was like, man, there's a lot of this video is talking about No Promises and stuff. It's like, yeah, dude, it's an Uematsu video for Rebirth. It makes sense. Yeah. Actually, honestly, like No Promises vocally hit me the most in the credits. Like, it didn't hit me so much during the play for whatever reason. But like when it was playing in the credits, that's when I felt it probably the most, you know? It was like her actually being gone, hearing the lyrics then, that's when it really hit for me, you know?
一回こちらでダウンロードして聞いて細かい部分を聞いて直してほしい歌詞をピックアップしますので、ちょっとローレンさんにはお休みいただいて
Yeah, Drake. Yeah, same with Hollow in Part 1, yeah. Because you kind of get a version of Hollow in the Sector 5 slums, right? It's without lyrics, but... He's vocalizing it. These are Uematsu's vocals here. Yeah, no auto-tune.
Okay.
それズームであれしてたんですか？
そうズームでやってたんだけどうまく繋がんなくなってさ、僕らこっちにいて、ローレンさんアメリカで、だからずっとやり取りして録音するはずだったのが回線のトラブルでできなくなったんで、向こうで勝手に何テイクかいっぱい撮ってもらってテイクをこっちに送ってもらって、ああだこうだって言ってまた送り返すっていう非常にこう時代いつだよっていう
そうですね。直接じゃあやり取りはしてないんですか？
初めのはーいぐらい
そこで断線ですか？
もういたんですけど、スタジオのピリピリした雰囲気がね、もう早く帰りて、早く帰りて。
そう、俺もそれ撮るんで来ますかって言われて、いや行かないって俺はやっぱり何かを感じ取ったんですよ。
これはトラブル、何かがきっとトラブル、
何かトラブルが起きるっていう。音だけもリアルタイムには聞こえないんですか？
聞いてます。そのモニター環境がすっごい劣悪で、
Oh man.
ちゃんとは聞こえてないんですけども、
まあまあある話ですよ。まあそう現場ってね、現場って何かあるじゃん。
そうですね。
もう梅松さん帰っちゃうんじゃないかとか思って
ないよ。
エアリスの気持ちを歌った歌ではあるんですけども、クラウドへとかザックスへとかそういうふうにはそういうのはちょっと違うかなって思ってたんで、そうは聞こえないようにいろいろあちこちに工夫したかな。まあ普通に恋の歌でいいんです。あなたと会ったことでもう世界が変わって、その約束するんじゃなくて偶然会えたら嬉しいねっていうそういう歌でありつつも、
put their
エアリスって
own spin on
瀬
all
戸が
this.
古代種なんでいろ
It's
いろ
about the burden of her destiny as lost, etc. I feel that actually probably more than anything else when I think about the song. Like what really sticks out to me lyrically in that song are the main verses, right? Where like she's like where she's really sort of reflecting on like her situation in life, right? Like no promises to keep lyrics. It's like these parts, right? As I feel for her, where it's like walking city streets with worn cobblestones, listening to people rushing past to rhythms all their own, life passing me by, not thinking how the years have flown. And like in the second half, there's like a crazy bit too. Where's the full lyrics? Like struggling against the crowds and finding her. No, wait, where's the? There's like a longer version of this, isn't there? There's like more stuff like this where she's talking about like feeling caged in or locked in. That I find really interesting. Just to really put myself in the shoes of being the last Cetra is kind of nuts.
なんで、運命ってこの約束みたいなものじゃないですか。で、その古代種はエアリスにとってはもうお母さんなんで、
Which she talks about in Cosmic Canyon too.
なかった人生がどうしても自分に重なっちゃうんで、そういう約束から逃れたいみたいな、そういう意味を込めて作ってます。だからあなたはその好きな人全般ですね、エルミナお母さんだったりとか、もちろんクラウドもザックスも含まれるでしょうけども、その、まあ、ティファもそうだしバレットもそうだし、会った人とずっとっていう切ない歌でもあるということを。
I remember like news articles and stuff and tweets and
どっかに
that's like a minefield of an answer I'm not going to touch in any way.
そのタリララリラとかタラララララとかそういう主な主旋律に歌詞をつけるとそれはそれで違うんじゃないのかなと思ったんで、
最初入ってなかった。
入ってなかったでしょ。
来た時。うん。で僕聞いてて。
What was ever part of the track?
それはララ感じですかね。その
This is a song for Era, so I included her theme as naturally as I could.
目立たないように入れとこうっていう感じですかね。そのタリララリラとか。
Oh, okay. Saying like not much of Era's main theme is in No Promises to Keep. Got it.
それはそれで違うんじゃないのかなと思ったんで。
最初入ってなかった。
入ってなかったでしょ。
来た時。
うん。
で僕聞いててつながりそうだなと思ったんで、ここ入れられるんじゃないのって聞いてみてって投げ返したんです。
違う俺はねあそこは入れようと思ってたので悩んでたのよ。果たしてタンタンタンっていうのをベタに使っていいのかなっていう、使わない方がいいのかな、どっちなんだろうなっていうのを、でも確かにそれがクリアからもそういうのが来てたんで、あ、みんないいと思ってるんだったらじゃあ入れよう。そうか。
つながりが良かった。
そう無理くり入れたわけじゃない。
そうだからいやこれはもともとじゃ。
Is Era's theme? Can I like track it in the song? I'm sure it's there because he's saying it is there. I don't really think much about her theme, I guess, when I think of that song, weirdly enough. Like, I think of it as a Era's song, but I don't think much about her theme. It's at the end? Oh, okay. I was watching a remake playthrough and I had a thought on the end, maybe think about shipping situation and thought, wow. So this how lots of people get very mad, yeah. Yeah, I do wish they had, to Jake, to your point of like learning more about the Cetra, because there is a moment in Cosmo Canyon in the original where she talks about like she had a conversation with like some elder, and they told her something about being a Cetra that like clearly unsettled her. We don't get anything like that in the actual game. Like she has her speech at the bonfire, but it's just her reflecting on her place in the world, like her role as a Cetra, or like what being a Cetra has done to her and her life, versus like really thinking about that comment, you know, from the original. Hey, what's up, the Strega?
計算してた。
計算してた。いや、嫌がるかなと思ったのよ。ベタに。
Like, we still don't know much about the Cetra. We could learn more. That could also be the gas notebooks and stuff that we discover in Icicle Inn area. We might learn more there, you know?
何十年も前の。
If they have it, because the notebooks in the Nibelheim mansion aren't really there. Like, you can't click on anything and like read about the 2 missing subjects, you know? So we'll see.
あれがそこに入るっていうのは、でもまあまあ皆さん賛成していただけたんでよかったですね。
ちょっとだけだからおしゃれなんですけど。
そうかもね。
そういう経緯を知らずに聞かせてもらった僕は、何このおしゃれ感っていうのをちょっとだけやるっていうちょっと嬉しいやつ。
僕はまあだから1作目のフォローが
Follow through your curveball.
まあ上松さんにしてはちょっと変化球っぽいのをお願いしたので、今回ストレートにのものをお願いして、すごく分かりやすく伝わるだろうなとは思ったので、自分も初めて聞いた時すごく上松さんらしい曲っていうか、こう多分こういう感じは上松さんしか作れないっていうのがすごく感じたかなと思います。
完成版か一歩手前かなんかわかんないけど、聞かせていただいた時に上松さんのメールに「これはひょっとしちゃうかも」とかって
そうか、なんか下水会話みたいな
ひょっとしちゃうかも。金の匂い
いや、そういうことじゃない。そういう曲としてすごいんじゃない、いいんじゃないのこれっていう、その本当に FF のテーマソングっていう感じになってると思います。はい。
なんとなく曲を作り終えた時に、ああやり終えたかもなっていう感覚は得られたんで、満足はしてますよね。でちょうどね昨日、シングルレコードの視聴版が届いて、昨日聴いてたんですよ家で。いいなと思いました。いいなと思って。なんですかね、まあやっぱり FF7 に貢献できたっていう実感があったんですね、昨日聞いてて。
Yeah, it really is making me think of the part 3 theme, right? Like, now that's all I can really think about. Not like any like theories about it, but like more so the feeling of hearing it, you know? Like hearing it, knowing it's the last one, you know? That's really what I'm thinking about the most. Just like, man, whenever they finally put that out there, it's gonna really signal like the end, you know?
僕もちょっとやっぱり今の最近の FF7 ファイナルファンタジーとか作り手の頑張りにもう年齢的についていけないっていうのが自覚で本当にあって、やっぱり
How old is Uematsu now? 66. Look at this kooky guy.
体力必要なんですよ。体力も気力もね、ファイナルファンタジーみたいな長期にわたって全力疾走するのって、あれはまあ昔は。
Yeah, we should celebrate these games as much as we can. We won't live through this again. No, we won't.
容量もちっちゃかったし、若かったから熱量だけでできたけど、今最近のはもう年齢的に多分ついていけない寂しさもやっぱりあるわけですよ。まあでも後輩たちがあんだけ一生懸命頑張っていいものを作ってくれてるんで、それはそれでいいやっていう意識は常にあったんですけど、なんかちょっと貢献できたっていうのが昨日すごく嬉しかったですね。実感できてね、自分でね。
Sorry, Distraga.
10年20年経って自分が死ぬ時にこの瞬間を思い出したらなんか涙流しながら死ぬかもしれない。
Oh man, Uematsu, don't do this to me.
そんだけやっぱりなんか今回の曲完成が嬉しかったですね、すごく。 だからこれもしひょっとしたらひょっとするかもね。
何がひょっとするんですか。ずーっとひょっとするって言ってるけど。
Future, hopes for the future.
多分これが発表になったらまたオーケストラコンサートですとかいろんなところで歌われることになるんだろうなって。
It's so funny because like I'm really into reactions, like watching reactions to stuff like that fucking Fly Me to the Moon that I showed you at the beginning of stream. I watched so many reactions to that just to see like, do people feel the same thing I feel about this fucking song? This is incredible. And I've done that obviously with Rebirth and Remake and a lot of other games. But to imagine making something and then seeing people react, I guess the closest I can relate to that is like having like watching the Max reaction, or the Nico reaction to the video, or Jess, or there were a few people who reacted to the video. So there's something like that. But yeah, that's like crazy to imagine. Yeah, just a feeling of like making a game and a song and being a creator of a theme song for Final Fantasy and then see how people react to it. Thank you so much, Josh Z, for the $10 super chat. No promises to keep, and the gold saucer is as jarring as never-ending story being sung halfway through the end of Stranger Things Part 3. You're like, wait, why is this placed here now? Yeah, it's a little awkward placement, for sure. We talked about that a little earlier. But yeah, thank you for the $10. And yeah, it does feel a bit out of place, for sure. I can understand it. Like, we literally know. I wish I remembered which interview it was, but there was some interview where they mentioned it was pretty late in development that the song was finished and that they added it to Chapter 12. Like, it wasn't originally meant to be there, but they added it in. I think Katase requested it to be added in. So it wasn't originally there. I don't really know. I've actually admittedly never watched Neverending Story, so I can't really comment on that. But I know it's like a famous movie. I've never seen it.
その時のお客さん皆さん。
I actually have like two kind of like very famous movies that I've never seen. One is Neverending Story, 80s classic, right? The other one's gonna probably surprise you because it plays every year around the holidays. It's a mainstay. I have actually never watched It's a Wonderful Life. I've never watched it. I know it's like famous. I told my nephew, I was like, yeah, I've never seen it. He was like, really? I was like, no. And everyone in my family is like, how did that know? I was like, I don't know. I just never got to it. I don't know.
ファンの皆さんの表情を見るのが今から楽しみですね。
Apparently, I think it's a lot more. I've read about it, you know, in some like screenwriting books and stuff. I think it's like a lot sadder than you know what it is? I assumed because it was like it always played every year. But it was like sort of a kind of corny Christmas movie. But from what I understand, from what I've read about it, it's like fairly like I think the ultimate ending is happy, but like he goes through some shit. So I gotta see it eventually. Every Christmas, I'm like, this will be the year I finally watch It's a Wonderful Life, and I never have.
あとやっぱり自分のバンドで日本語でこの歌を皆さんにいつか聴いてほしいですね。
Yeah, Omega Taco, like I think it makes sense where they put it. I'm just saying, like, it wasn't originally meant to be there. So if it feels off for some people, that could be part of it. People could be feeling a bit of the fact that they added it late, you know. It makes sense. Like, yeah, her, like I said, if she's feeling like something's gonna happen to her, like if she has that sense, which she very likely does, granted, I think she really gets it in Temple when she like maybe regains some of those memories. But if she's like feeling this dread about what's to come, it makes sense that she would express that, you know. But I could see how it feels a little jarring, you know, because it is sort of like there's a lot of things that happen. I think it's also because of the construction of the play. Like you have the Jesse dance version, and then you have like the play with Barrett and the party, and then it's like, and then a song, right? Like, in the way that they hop in and out in all those instances kind of throws the pacing off in a weird way. That could be also part of it.
リバースが発売されて、もう早い人だと何日かで終わっちゃう。ボリュームが大きいとはいえ、皆さんきっとぎったり遊ぶでしょうから、まだまだ途中なんで、終わっちゃう。ボリュームが大きいとはいえ、皆さんきっと。
God, that was a lot of us, wasn't it? I'm sure there are some players who'll finish Rebirth within days after its release. I beat it in a week. But it's a huge game. One I think people will be glued to for a while. There are definitely people who played it for much longer. It's only the second title in the trilogy. There's still more to come.
2作目リバースを振り返りつつ楽しみにしていただけたらいいなと思っております。
Yeah, I think I am. I think we all
自分
are.
としてはこう切れ目なくずっと1作目から3作目完結に向けて走ってるので早く終わ
I want to be done with this absolute marathon of projects.
走り終えたいっていう。もうかなりもうリメイクリバースと曲数多いんですけど曲の記憶って結構強いと思うので、これからどんどん思い出がさらに増えていくことになるかなと、そこも楽しみにしていただきたいというところです。もうせっかくというよりはもう1作2作目やっちゃった以上3作目上間さんじゃないっていうオチはありえないので、まだ正式なオファーはしてないですけど仮押さえということでやってもらえますよねっていう会社の正式なオファーじゃないからただ俺の口約
Just a gentleman's agreement, maybe.
やってもらうってことで大丈
You'll
夫です
come
よ
back for the third game, right? He has to, right? He has to do at least one track.
僕はもう光栄ですよ。本当に。
野島さんはもうや
It'd be my honor.
3作目一緒に。そうか。そうもう
Yeah, we're already hard at work. We're off to the races already.
いやいやもう光栄ですね。そう言っていただけてね。
けどすごいやった感があった今回の超えるものですからどうします？
どうする？
何やります？
ちょっと一休みしよう。ちょっと休もう。
Understandable. Is that it? Oh, almost. Oh. Fuck, is this the performance? The copyright of No Promises is pretty legit. I'll just lower it a lot. Very cool video. I'm glad I finally watched it. This is a different version than the, there's that video of like them recording it live. This is cool to see the behind the scenes. I just don't want the VOD to be muted for people so they can hear this chat, but that's why I have to lower it a lot. Although I maybe, oh no, it was a different upload actually. The one with the music I did earlier. I'm just locked into seeing the behind the scenes. It's very cool to see. I always love behind the scenes stuff for like everything. I'm like such a sucker for like behind the scenes footage on like old DVDs and stuff like that. I love seeing creative people make shit. There are some good, yeah, behind the scenes for these games would be really cool. There are some really good behind the scenes documentaries, like even like the behind the scenes stuff for this has been pretty good. Like they're like those like the inside the game sort of stuff that they have. Like inside the remake, inside Rebirth. Like they've had those like little smaller movies that have been good. They've all been good. But there have been like long documentaries for like God of War and Last of Us and stuff that are really cool, that I would love something like that for the remake games. Okay, y'all. I'm actually thinking, I know we talked about playing Crisis Core or Nier, and we decided on Crisis Core, but it is 7 o'clock for me, and I'm feeling the drag a little bit, if I'm being honest. I was thinking about all throughout like part of that video, like second half of that video, I was like, do I play, do I not play? And I was talking myself into maybe we play like an hour, just to play some of it. But I'm thinking I'm a bit tired. It's the first stream of the new year. We've watched a lot of stuff. We've talked a lot. So I'm thinking of calling it here, and we can get together next week, where I'm planning to, that's where we'll do some gaming. Next week, I think we'll kick off officially Nier Replicant. We'll probably start the stream with that, just because I'm anxious to sort of like play it a bit. And then the second half of stream will go to Crisis Core. I don't imagine there will be as much like stuff to talk about at the start of stream, unless fucking Cody Christian does an interview where he talks about his Instagram stories, and then suddenly we're watching that. There's less things, potentially less news to cover next week. So speaking of next week, you will find me next on Sunday, January 18th. Again, no Wednesday stream, where we'll definitely start Nier. We'll do Crisis Core. I am also currently discussing, and believe I will be, on the Tuesday Patreon. I don't know if it's a public thing or not, but I'm going to join the Final Fan TV guys for their fantasy critic, where they pick, you know, which games they basically, it's like fantasy football for video games, where you draft games that you think will do well on Metacritic, and then like based on what the review scores are, you get points for your team. So I'm joining those guys to do that, because they mentioned it on their last podcast, and I was like, oh, I've always seen the Kind of Funny one, and I've wanted to do it, but I've never had anybody to do it with. So once I heard that they were doing it, I was like, can I get onto that? And they said, yeah. So I'll be there for that, which will be fun. I don't know if that's a public thing or not. I have to talk to them. I have to double check, but I know it's happening Tuesday night. Let me also set up someone to raid into on Twitch. Is anybody that online? Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. It was a rough stream with all the like F's, but it was very fun. Nobody really on. Let's look for Rebirth. Anybody interesting or look interesting on Rebirth? On the Rebirths? Let's see. This guy named Snow Elf. This guy is named Snow Elf. He has 91 viewers playing Rebirth. Does he seem normalish?
Mr. President, it's time.
Sounds harmless enough. If he's a weird guy, I'm sorry, but we're gonna rate him. Sure. He's actually in the middle of chapter. Oh, he's just getting to Upper Junon. So we'll start the raid there on Twitch. He has a good camera, I will say that. Very high quality, better than me. All right. So with that, I will see you all next week. Thank you guys so much for immediately taps to his ice application. Oh my god, I hope not. That's the only thing with like rating instant randoms on Twitch. I never know. Are they cool people? Are they not? Are they weirdly like into things that I have no idea about? Well, I guess we'll find out. But thank you everybody. Sephiroth, Nick, Secret Monk Face, Drake Sparky, Ash, Turquoise Hammer, Lazy Black Dragon, AJ, Wick, everybody, thank you so much. And I will see you next week. We will raid now. See you guys.